I know how to turn the speaker on. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call our Monday, May 22nd, Fayetteville City Council meeting to order. We welcome all of you who are joining us here tonight and those who are joining us by television or remotely. At this time, we will have our invocation. Ask that we would please stand. Ask that Father Gregory Lauchi from St. Patrick's Catholic Church, if he would come to the podium for us. Father, how are you?
That God may inspire all of you at this meeting with the spirit of tolerance and understanding, that you take seriously your responsibility to the people of this city, shower on you the gifts of wisdom, prudence, counsel, knowledge, and fortitude, that you all serve your people with honesty and fairness, that the citizens of Fayetteville may dwell in a society ordered to justice and peace.
This time we'll have Father, thank you for the prayer. You want to spend just a moment, tell us a little bit about St. Patrick's Church or yourself, your ministry?
St. Patrick's Church is one of the oldest Catholic churches in eastern North Carolina. We recently had our bicentennial. We are a largely military parish, but we have, out of the three parishes in Fayetteville, the responsibility for ministry to Hispanic Catholics, and we also take care of Cape Fear Hospital.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. At this time, we will ask that Ms. Kim, President of the Korean Chamber of Commerce, will come to the podium and meet Councilmember Benavente in recognition of Asian American Pacific Islander and Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Where's it at? All right. Well, it reads as follows. It says, whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander Month originated in a congressional bill in June of 1977, On March 28, 1979, President Jimmy Carter issued Presidential Proclamation 4650, proclaiming the week beginning May 4, 1979, as Asian Pacific American Heritage Week. In 1992, Congress passed PL 102-450, which permanently designated May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. 2009, Asian Pacific American Heritage Month is officially changed to Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. And whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander community members have been disproportionately impacted by incidents of hate and discrimination during the COVID-19 pandemic, and those experiences have disproportionately impacted our Asian American and Pacific Islander youth. Whereas the Asian American and Pacific Islanders comprise many ethnicities and languages, and their many achievements embody the American experience. By recognizing the contributions and accomplishments of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, men and women, we celebrate the importance of inclusion to building a brighter future. Whereas Asian American and Pacific Islander men and women are leaders in all aspects of American life, government, industry, medicine, education, science, and technology, the arts, sports, and entertainment. And whereas there are only 10 Asian American and Pacific Islanders elected officials in the state of North Carolina, 5 in the General Assembly, 5 at the municipal level government. And whereas Fayetteville is the first city in the history of North Carolina to elect a member of the Korean American community to public office, per Councilmember Mario Benavente, should be 2022 election. And whereas the city of Fayetteville is strengthened by citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed, this month we celebrate the cultural richness, contributions, and accomplishments in the spirit of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Now, therefore, I, Mitch Colvin, Mayor of the City of Fayetteville, North Carolina, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim May in the year 2023 as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us the meaningful award. Korean American Chamber of Commerce was founded in 2015 and has grown to become the largest Korean community group in Fayetteville. As a citizen of Fayetteville, we will work together to improve the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much for the great work and the contributions to the city of Fayetteville. At this time, we'll have a proclamation that will be presented to Mr. Daniel Edwards and Byron Reeves, Public Services Assistant Director, Brian McGill, Deputy City Traffic Engineer, in recognition of National Public Works Week. Got it.
Me on? Thank you. Okay, whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of our community. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees representing all levels of government, who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, enhancing, and protecting the public works facilities essential to serve our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for our citizens, civic leaders, and children in our community to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public works programs such as streets, sidewalks, solid waste collection, traffic, real estate, and stormwater management. And whereas the city of Fayetteville is safe, more efficient, and more aesthetically pleasing due to the work performed by the dedicated professionals of the Public Services Department. And whereas the American Public Works Association has celebrated the National Public Works Week since 1960. Now, therefore, Mitch Colvin, Mayor of the City of Fayetteville, and on behalf of the City Council and more than 208,000 citizens, do hereby honorably proclaim the week of May 21 through 27, 2023 as National Public Works Week. The mayor urges all our people to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing public services, to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protect our health, safety, and quality of life. Witness whereof the mayor set his hand and caused the great seal of the city of Fayetteville to be affixed. Mayor Colvin.
Thank you all on behalf of testing. Oh, that's better. On behalf of the Public Works, Public Services Department, and Sheila Thomas Ambot, our director, we just want to say thank you.
And sir, we appreciate the work you do. I love the service to the city, but you've got to stop wearing that lantern when you come up.
It's never going to happen. We have this discussion every time.
Thank y'all for what you do. All right, at this time, we will, Councilmember Hare will present to Ms. Harris with a coin and certificate of excellence. To Mr. Harris, a coin and certificate of excellence for his hard work and outstanding performance as a state champion bowler. Mr. Harris, how are you, sir? Councilmember Hare.
You fine. You stay right where you are. You the man of the moment. It is indeed, council, it is indeed for me to stand before you this evening and talk about this young man. I'm not going to say his full name because I have messed it up several times. So I will call him Cash Harris, correct? Right. And he is 17 years old. He is a student at Westover Senior High School. He is a bowler. I used to think I could bowl. He started bowling as far back as 3 years old, beating folk 10 years old. So he's a pretty tough guy. He is our North Carolina bowling champion. And yes, a hand clap goes right there. I could not let him go, I think, to Ohio in June without having him to come down before us and all of us loving on him and celebrating him. What else do I have here? That's about it. He became our champion in February 2023. So Cash, on behalf of our mayor, my fellow council members that you see before you, I want to present you with this beautiful medallion plate that I received. I thought I would pass it on to you, this nice City of Fayetteville coin. We're going to turn around in a moment. And I also want to present to you this beautiful, and thank you to our excellent staff. It's a certificate of excellence. I'm going to say just Cash Harris. Yeah. What about that? Our 2023 State Individual Bowling Champion. This is in recognition of your hard work, your dedication, your outstanding performance
during our 2022 to 2023 bowling season. Ladies and gentlemen, our bowling state champ, Mr. Cash Harris.
Hey guys, hi. I'd like to say thank you for inviting me. It means a lot considering the fact I get to represent not only the state but my city of Fayetteville, North Carolina, where I was born and raised, and learned everything I knew here. So I greatly appreciate it. All the support from family, my dad, mom, sister, and also things are going up. I love y'all. I love y'all. And my great family over there, Westover High School board over there, Miss Rouse, all y'all. I can't get y'all names right. I'm sorry, but thank y'all. I'm gonna try to bring this national championship.
That's right.
back,
That's right.
And we can celebrate then. So we got
All
work
right.
to do.
All right. And Cash,
We're going to take a moment, take a couple of pictures, Mayor, but I did not see that we had our principal here for Westover.
Okay.
If she would like to stand up and give us a wave.
hello.
Councilman-
Councilmember Thompson has a word.
Councilman Hare, if you didn't mind, I just want everybody to understand, our young adults like this start out in what we call as a Yaba League. I am a sponsor of a Yaba League in Philadelphia. That is a Youth Athletic Bowling Association. Now, I want everybody to understand, he's representing Fayetteville and he's representing North Carolina. It costs money to go to Ohio. Him and his family are going to be doing some fundraisers to help him get there, so we give him and his family all the support that they need. So when they get back to me on fundraisers, I make sure that we announce it so everybody here can contribute to his success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember Hare. At this time, we will have Mr. Austin Campbell, if he could meet me at the podium. Well, man, you know, if you all watch city council meetings, Austin has a better attendance than most council members here, so. We wanted to give you a special award. Austin, I didn't know if you all had some languages to read, but the Transit Advocate Award is presented to Austin Campbell with appreciation for your leadership and dedication to transit in North Carolina 2023. So we wanted to present this to you. Thank you for your hard work. You volunteer your time and effort to make our transit system and our city a better place, so thank you.
You really want to give a live mic to me? That look means yes. I'd just like to thank council for the support they've given to transit over the years and the wonderful staff that we have, and Ms. Neal and the rest of the staff that's here as well, and the people I get to serve under all these years, Mr. Hume and Ms. Neal and everyone that's worked at the transit department over the years. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Austin. At this time, I'll go to Mayor Pro Tem Dawkins.
Thank you. Two quick things. This week marks the 50th anniversary of the end of combat operations in Vietnam. And every chance I get, I say welcome home to our Vietnam veterans. We have over 40,000 veterans who live in our city. So those Vietnam veterans, welcome home. Secondly, this week is All-American Week. The 82nd had their division run this morning, and then on Thursday, if you get a chance to go out to Pike Field, the division review. So congratulations to the 82nd Airborne Division, America's Guard of Honor, all of our paratroopers, all of our veterans, our retirees, and our active duty. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. This time I'll go to Councilmember Shaquilla Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just briefly wanted to announce that over the weekend, some council members and myself, we went out to the As One prayer walk, and we celebrated 10 years, I believe, 10 years of the prayer walk, and I wanted to thank those community leaders for doing what they do to show up. Additionally, our slate for Juneteenth has been announced, and I really hope you all will join us for Juneteenth. We also have 4th of July coming up. Children will be getting out of school very soon, and graduations will be happening. And so we want to make sure that, your children are being, still active and productive. And most importantly, we want to make sure our children are being safe. Woke up this morning and saw a teen was killed in a car accident, also at the same time involved in a shooting. And so when you see these events happen or pop up, there are so many free events that go on in Fayetteville. Engage, find out what's going on, take your family out there, and please do what you can to make sure our children are being protected, and you know the whereabouts of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ingram. This time, Councilmember Banks McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to announce that we've opened up the application process for the PWC commission. So if you're interested in applying, please do so. The closing date is June the 9th. We also have our micro grant application. The last day for that is, I believe, May 31st. And that grant is a program to, the overall strategy is to reduce crime across our city. So please apply for those grants. You do not have to have a 501(c), and the grant funds is up to $5,000. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, just as we conclude the announcements, I'd like to remind everyone that the annual Community Day that E. Smith has during the Memorial Day weekend will take place on this Saturday at 11 a.m. at the E. Smith Football Stadium. So those who are able, it's a wonderful event for the community, and come out, share with these the great E. Smith Golden Bulls in the community event on that day. Moving right along, Council, we'll move to City Manager's report. Mr. Hewitt, all right. Council, as we move to the approval of the agenda, there were a couple of items that asked to be removed. So I'll entertain a motion. I have Councilmember Hondros. There's a motion by Councilmember Hondros. You have the floor, sir.
My green, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we remove item 7.011 and item 10.01 and accept the revised agenda.
All right, there's a motion by Councilmember Hondros. Is that a second by Councilmember Ingram?
Yes, sir.
All right, second by Councilmember Ingram. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Harris, is that discussion or you?
No, sir, I was just,
All right.
no, sir, I had another item, but no.
Item to remove, the consent will come next. All right. All right, so motion on the floor by Councilmember Hondros, seconded by Councilmember Ingram. In discussion on the motion. All right, Council, let's see how we're looking on our iPad vote. Oh, we don't need the iPads. All right. Madam Clerk, that motion carries unanimous. All right, motion carries. Consent, item 7.0, Councilmember Hare.
Okay, oh, there I am. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to remove just for a separate up or down vote, but really I wanted the supervisor of inspections to come forward and just talk about this item. This has been an issue within the community on Jasper, and just wanted the community to know that, where we stand with.
So is that a motion to approve with the exception of that item?
The motion to approve to exception of
7.05.
7.05.
Okay, and I'll come back to you for up or down. Motion by Councilmember Harris, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Dawkins to approve consent with the exception of 7.05. Council, any discussion on that motion? All right, I'll look to you for your votes. All right, motion carries unanimous. Jennifer, I like this system. All right. All right. Item 7.05, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask our supervisor of code enforcement to come up, please. Mr.
Derek Planner.
Planner. I was thinking of one of my friends' name is Plater, so I got stuck there. In the unhabitable structures, we have item 111 Jasper Street, Jasper Avenue. And the reason I was just bringing this forward because I don't know if I have enough of context to send out to all of the community, but we've been having issues over there with about 3 or 4 houses. This is one of them. Tell us what's getting ready to happen tonight.
Well, Mayor, Council, Derek Planner, Code Enforcement Supervisor. Just want to kind of go a little bit into what's going on with 111 Jasper Street. So those who've been familiar with this property, it's kind of off on Jasper Street as soon as you turn off Murchison Road. It's got 3 properties right there on your left-hand side, right across the street from Urban Mark. We have actually been working this property since September of 2022 after dealing with the other 2 properties, 113 and 115 Jasper, with a lot of activity going on in that area. And now we're able to bring this property to you for recommendation approval for city order demolition. Over the last 24 months, this property had 11 calls for 911 service, 11 code violations, and also quite recently, one May, it actually caught on fire. We actually had a dangerous case on this property before that event, but it became casualty to a fire shortly after that, or a little bit after that. So we're able to get the process going on those 3 structures right there on Jasper Street to make a difference in the community.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mayor, I move to, for us to move forward to vote this issue for approval.
Okay, it's a motion by Councilmember Harris to approve item 7.05, seconded by Councilmember Ingram. Discussion on the motion. All right, Council, look to you for your votes.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, motion carries. All right, Council, moving to staff reports. Item 8.01 is the Fayetteville Fire Department first quarterly report. Chief, how are you?
Hey, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to present to you briefly tonight. You know, there's so much water goes under the bridge from one of these presentations to the next. It's kind of hard to select, what we want to talk about. To be honest with you, it's kind of hard to remember everything that went on. So this is where I had mentioned before, we need a little bit of offline feedback from you. If there's something that you want to see different, a different format, please reach out to us and we'll customize the report to what you want to see. We want to maximize the time that we have before you. Pretty good quarter for us. We were blessed. Still words from my friend Councilman Hondros, probably blessed more than we deserve. And I hope that you've been by Devonwood this afternoon. We're good with that. Okay. We're spared no major fires, no major catastrophes during the quarter. Normally it's when we would have our worst ice storms, no winter weather, we were spared. Though it can happen anytime, this is when we would most likely see our tornadic activity in the early spring. So again, but keeping that in mind, we're right around the corner from hurricane season, so we don't want to let our guard down. But speaking of weather, it's been a great fire station building weather, and I think one of the highlights of the quarter for us was the topping out ceremony we had with fire station number 4. Gave all of us an opportunity to memorialize our contribution to the service enhancements we want to see. And I'll tell you, looking for some pictures to put in this presentation, this council, his name is going to be on a lot of projects. You should be really proud of that. We were able to actually formalize and kick off the fire department's podcast this quarter. This will be a monthly presentation, just another outreach opportunity for us to share fire safety tips and news and things that's going on in the fire department. We had our special recognition ceremony during the quarter where we recognized some promotions, some retirements, special achievements, and some life-saving awards. You know, the heroes, recognizing heroes is probably as complimentary as it gets. We also were able to complete our recruitment process for 2023 during this quarter. Not much to brag on there. We shared with you last time that we presented, we had just finished the application phase of that. We were disappointed with the number of applications that we received. It didn't get much better as we went along. We were able to roster a fire academy, began last Monday, 26 candidates, but it weren't quite as many as we needed. Typically, you know, we're able to generate an eligibility list that lasts us the entire year. We run 2 academies out of. This time we didn't quite fill up the one academy that we needed. Chief Willette's going to talk to you a little bit later, and he's going to tell you that we actually have we're fully staffed. We have 4 overhires, which is true, but we also have about 5 separations announced. We're just waiting for the effective date by the 1st of June. So that tells you we're going to be right back in the hole again. You know, we've been experiencing about 4 separations per month, and if that pattern continues through the 5 months remaining in the fire academy, we're looking at double-digit vacancy rate when this group graduates, and we have no list. So we're on that hamster wheel we hear about up here, you know, a lot of times, and it seems to be getting faster on us. I wanted to mention, typically we won't talk about individual retirements, but I wanted to mention one time that we lost a legend within the fire department to retirement during this quarter with Fire Captain Mike Godwin. 50 years of service. He started with the Bonnie Doon Fire Department as a volunteer for about 10 years, and he transitioned to their paid staff. And in the late 90s, we rolled him over through part of an annexation. And 48 of those 50 years, he served at Fire Station number 9. He lives in the Bonnie Doon community, and to work in the Bonnie Doon community, you know, for half a century, that's remarkable. So just imagine the institutional knowledge that we lost, you know, with his separation, and also imagine some of the stories he could tell. I tell you, like I said, he's a legend in his own time. And Sparky had another birthday during the quarter. You know, we've kind of figured out it's making sense to me now, the dog-human years conversions life expectancy, because we've realized Sparky has about 7 birthdays a year. And we're wise to him, so we've called him out on that. We'll see some change, hopefully, with that. All right, we're going to do something similar to the last time, where the deputy chiefs are actually going to come up and talk just a few slides on their specific programs. Before we do, there's one specific point that I wanted to make. Back in February, the local emergency planning commission distributed a study. It was a commodity flow study that really highlighted and drew attention to the amount of hazardous materials that come through the community, and it really drew some attention to the amount that comes by rail through downtown. I just want to make sure everybody's sure it didn't surprise us. We're fully cognizant of it, and we monitor it all the time, and we're constantly preparing for that. And I was really pleased to hear some of you on the radio, and the mayor specifically had made the comment that he echoed one of the points we made during the public safety bond education sessions. This is one of the vulnerabilities to our 911 center, why we need to relocate it. So, you know, we're really excited to hear that. But there was another point made with when the media covered the story. They interviewed the county emergency management coordinator, Mr. Gary Crumper, a good friend of ours, and he had made a point in the article that the state has a specialized hazardous materials team on standby just for this, which caught everybody by surprise. It seemed to. And I just want to kind of remind everybody here, make sure the listening audience knows that this specialized hazardous materials team that's on standby is your Fayetteville Fire Department. We're one of 7 teams that's been contracted by the state since 1995. If you look at the green area counties on the map, that's our immediate response area we're responsible for, but we go all over the state as needed. And there's several benefits of us participating in this program and this role. Number one, there's a direct contract payment to us that helps with some of the administrative costs. There's equipment allocations, there's pass-through grants for equipment, there's training. All of our deployment costs are 100% reimbursed. Most of our training cost is reimbursed. So that really minimizes the impact of us having a response program locally on the general fund, because all this is available to us to use just like it's our own. Probably the greatest benefit of us hosting one of these teams is for us to be activated in any of these other counties or the municipality in any of these counties. Is a city official has to reach out to the county emergency management office in that county and formally request assistance. There's a vetting process they go through. If all the boxes are checked, then that county emergency management official reaches out to the state emergency management office and makes a formal request for assistance. They go through their queues, and if it meets the criteria for a regional response, we get activated and we go. A 2-hour response to some of these peripheral counties is realistic with that. If we were to have this hazmat incident tonight here in Fayetteville, this specialized response team will be mitigating the incident before you ever know about it. They'll probably be mitigating it before I ever know about it. This white tractor trailer that you see in the top picture is parked at fire station number 1. So however long it takes them to drive here, they're starting to work on the problem. Doesn't minimize or doesn't negate the risk, but it does minimize the consequence with early mitigation. And I just want to let you know this is another gem that you have in your coffers and something to be proud of with your city employees. All right, at this time, Chief Dove, you want to come talk about your operations?
Good evening, everybody. It's good to be back with you tonight. As Chief Hill said, this quarter's been fairly uneventful for us and for everybody else. That's good news. Our response times have been holding steady the way they have the past 3 years, so nothing exciting to talk about there. Our call volume, 171 more calls this year than last year. Nothing really to talk about there. EMS calls still remain the majority of our responses. If you look at these numbers, nothing really jumps out except for the vehicle fires. I had our data folks check these 3 times because I didn't want to present you with false data. And if you look at it, 32 vehicle fires every year makes you kind of wonder, but that's true numbers. And for the difference in value, if you've tried to buy a vehicle the past 2 years, you can understand that. Nothing else really sticks out. Our top fire loss was an apartment complex on Windward Cove back in March at an estimated $100,000 loss. Moving along, our overdose naloxone administration is down, which is a good news. And our hazmat numbers are holding steady. We did have 41 natural gas releases, but those were more attributed to residential leaks versus our contractors working. So I think we're moving out of that concern that we had last year with the fiber coming through. And with that, I'll step aside to Chief Willett.
And good evening. So as Chief Hill has already discussed, we do have the benefit of being back to full strength of 351 total full-time employees. However, it's important that we do understand that 26 of these employees will not see a fire truck for at least another 7 months. They are in training status. So we are still doing the best we can with the staff that we have available. And I do want to take a moment and bring your attention to the red figure holding up the fire department. I felt tonight would be a good opportunity for me to kind of highlight the hard work and effort of our support staff. The fire department has the benefit of leaning on 4 individuals to provide administrative support to our agency. These ladies provide support to all 351 of us. And they don't divide the work. The work is different for each one of them. And so I did want to highlight the fact that we have a fire analyst who manages the budget for all 351 of us, a a personnel tech who handles all the payroll issues for all 351 of us, and 2 office assistants who have different jobs and responsibilities within the department. And so I do want to take a minute and say thank you to those individuals for providing the support that they do and letting them know that their work has not gone unrecognized. In addition to that, as Chief Hill identified, we did hire Class 1-23 this year off of the hiring cycle that concluded in April. And we do have 26 new fire recruits going through training at this point. And we do have a deputy fire marshal process concluding with a contingent offer having been made. As Chief Hill identified, we do anticipate some separations. We have had 16 separations to date, which is about an attrition rate of about 4 personnel per month. We do know that 5 other individuals are pending separations for various reasons. This also includes 9 retirements that are pending. We've had the benefit of promoting 11 individuals in the first quarter, and we're very proud of the opportunity and excited to see their leadership within the department. And as I mentioned, Class 1-23 began with 26 new hires. As far as organizational diversity, this is always a goal that's out front and center for our organization. We are still showing improvement, and we're excited about this. As you can see by the blue line is representative of our underrepresented hires. This includes individuals currently seated in Fire Academy. And as you can see, we're still showing improvement. For 2023, we're up to 42%. And that's the diversity of the individuals currently in Fire Academy. As far as organizational diversity, you can see overall from 2018 when the initiative began, and we've refocused our recruitment efforts all the way up till today, we showed a marked increase to 23.7%. We're making great stride, and we're pretty proud of those results. As far as training, our incumbents, 233 firefighters participated in live fire evolutions this first quarter. This is required by NFPA and the ISO, Insurance Services Office, to make sure that our people are competent and capable of performing the jobs. 268 firefighters received more than 60 hours individually during the first quarter alone in firefighting training. Keep in mind, we are all hazards, so those numbers span the gamut as far as the type of training they received. And we had 2 interesting opportunities come up in the first quarter that are probably once-in-a-career opportunities. We partnered with Cape Fear Valley Medical Center to take advantage of the large crane that you all see looming over Owen Drive. And our rescue technicians were able to provide real hands-on technical rescue training from the top of that crane. And you can see the picture right now at the bottom left of our individuals kind of showing off at that moment. Additionally, Fayetteville State University offered up some of their property to our rescue technicians and our operational crews for some destructive training, where they were allowed to go into these facilities and practice wall breaches and door breaches and things like that to hone their skills as well. As council may be aware, Fayetteville State is in the process of revitalizing their campus, and so those buildings were on loan before they were demoed. And so that was an opportunity that is, once again, once-in-a-career opportunity for us. And thank you.
All right. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
All right. So I'm going to talk to you about the Community Preparedness Branch, like Chief Hill stated. It was Sparky's birthday bash. It was held at a local dog park. Sparky, we think, like Chief Hill said, he's 71 years old. So he was born around 1951. His younger sibling, McGruff, was born in 1979. But unfortunately, we weren't hiring then, so he had to join the police department. So the Community Preparedness Branch, we continue to be and stay busy. We continue to provide smoke alarms to the community, car seat checks, fire safety classes, hands-only CPR, as well as station tours and equipment displays. Please note that there is a free Safe Kids Car Seat Safety Clinic this Friday, May 26th, I think so, yeah. May 26th from 10 to 1 p.m., 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Target parking lot. We will have certified car seat technicians from the Fayetteville Fire Department, and they'll be on site to check proper installation, educate our residents and on child passenger safety, and answer any questions they may have. The Fayetteville Fire Department does have 3 permanent car seat stations. Station 3 on Rose Hill Road, Station 9, Santa Fe, and Station 12 at Hope Mills Road. So next is fire code enforcement. Our plans reviews appear to keep steady. Our fire inspections completed are still steady as well. I do want a special note on the fire code violations discovered. That was roughly 2,100 violations. Last time I was up here, I said we're trying to do some proactive measures to lower that number, and I'll get to that in a minute. We had approximately 9 incendiary fires this past quarter. Our community engagement, again, we've almost 300 smoke alarms, as well as 42 carbon monoxides, about a 9% increase in our first quarter numbers. Almost 5,000 outreach events, around 5,000 individuals have been touched out with our outreach events. The next number, the 23 number, that's educational flyers distributed to inspectable occupancies. So we can see the relation by being proactive to our business community and lowering the number of inspection violations. We also held 8 hands-only CPR events, which educated nearly 100 of our citizens in CPR. So emergency management, we were kind of busy this quarter as well. Lots to talk about there, but I'll be brief. Chief Hill will look at me. So we've conducted, on the top left slide, we've conducted a active assailant / shooter tabletop exercise with both our internal and external partners. On the right-hand side, that is, we facilitated with airport management and airport exercise tabletop with our partners such as the TSA, our Fayetteville Police Department, airline representation, airport leadership, Cape Fear Valley Transit, among others. We also continue to make an impact with overall facility security. Starting in February, we started monitoring the type of contraband items that were realized by our security officers up front. So far, we've identified this past quarter 70 contraband items that were stopped at the security checkpoint, with the majority of those being knives. And like Chief Hill alluded, we're just a few days away from the start of hurricane season. So expect some social media outreach, things of that nature, coming out soon. So let's be prepared. Let's make sure our community is prepared and we're prepared. Thank you very much. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief Hill.
Yeah, I think we'll turn it over to any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for the Chief? Chief not seeing any at the moment. I think you guys are doing a great job. Great numbers, particularly on the diversity. I know that was something that probably 2014, 15, maybe. We really put some effort into that, so I see it's working. So keep up the good work.
Yeah, but just keep in mind that any of our stats that we do as a snapshot in time.
Yeah.
Next month it could change. So.
Gotcha. We're going to keep it positive, so keep going up. Yes, sir. All right. Councilmember Benavente.
Chief, I was talking with the students at E.E. Smith who have the fire program there, and they were telling me how they had a big class. Are you seeing that produce eventual hires, the students that come out of the fire academy at that particular high school? Because they told me they enjoyed it.
Yeah, we are seeing some trickle in. I'm not sure if there was any with this. There was one with this
Okay.
academy. So they are starting to trickle in. They've expanded their program to be all encompassing of the county, which has helped some of their recruitment for their program, which eventually will help us. So.
All right. Thank you. All right. Council, can you get a motion to receive the report? All right. Motion by Councilmember Harris, seconded by Councilmember Thompson. Any discussion on the motion? All right, Council, look to you for your votes. All right, Madam Clerk, motion carries unanimous. Chief, thank you. Council, moving along to item 8.02 is the Fayetteville Police Department first quarter report. Chief, how are you?
Good evening, Mayor, Council.
Council, I was talking with the clerk before the chief started. I think Legistar's having a problem loading the quarterly report, at least on mine, so I think they're working to rectify that, but we'll have it on display here. Yes, Mr. Hewitt. Mr. Hewitt?
Thank you. It was emailed to all of you just a moment ago as well. So if you can pull up your email, you can follow along until we get it loaded.
Thank you. It wasn't loading. Okay. All right, Chief.
All right, you ready?
Yeah, we got it.
As we start tonight, I'd like to just recognize some people in the room. As I look behind me, the command staff that supported me during these first 90 days of my being the chief of police here in the city of Fayetteville. These majors, these captains, and even the officers in the room, they've done everything I've asked. They've been out trying to motivate their troops, trying to get back to work, and help resolve a lot of the issues that we have in our city of Fayetteville. As I did my first 30, 60, 90 days, I paid attention to the community watch meetings, the district meetings, and all the contacts that I made out there. And we tried to make adjustments on the fly, and I think it's reflective in this quarterly report. So during this quarterly report, we'll talk about some of our crime statistics, our crime trends, some of our crime fighting strategies, and we'll end with some of our community engagement events that took place within our city. As I direct you to this first slide, as we move forward, green is good, red is bad, okay? I wanted to take a look at persons crimes and property crimes individually across the city. As you see, we're down over about 3% in persons crimes, and we're down about 9% in property crimes. Okay, and basically that represents crime across our city. They either fall into what we call a persons crime, where a person is a victim, or property, where property is either damaged or stolen. But those two numbers combined, they equate to a nearly 8% decrease in total crime throughout the city of Fayetteville. If you look at felony arrests and misdemeanor arrests, there's only two types of arrests that we can make. Those are felonies and misdemeanors. We're up by 39% in our felony arrests, and we're up by nearly 37% in misdemeanor arrests. Total arrests are up by 38%. What does that mean? That means your officers are out there working. If crime is coming down and arrests are going up, that means your people are out there fighting crime. As long as these two numbers are converging, that is a good sign for crime in the city of Fayetteville. When you see these two numbers start to diverge, meaning crime goes up and the officers aren't arresting people, that's a bad sign for the chief of police. That gives me pause and worry, and I have to look and see what's going on. But as long as these two numbers are converging, I think it shows an efficient, effective operations of our police department. So, as I went around the city, it's always been, violent crime is a concern of our community members. So we take a look at the different types of death that occur in our city. As you can see, 2022 compared to 2023, homicides are down. And again, I would caution you that that's only a difference of 11 to 9. As we progress further into the year, as the quarters go on, we expect hopefully to have, again, those numbers lowered and diverging, where we have a reduction greater than 18%. Overdoses are down. I think the fire department, they talked about their naloxone usage. I would say that overdoses are down due to the proliferation of naloxone within our communities. We've done a lot to educate our people about the opioid epidemic. We've done a lot. We've worked with our community partners with making sure that naloxone is distributed within our communities. I just spoke recently with our faith-based leaders about Faith in Action program, where we're going to go out and we're going to try to educate and help in the communities that are most affected by the opioid epidemic. Suicide, again, it's up by 40%, but as you can see, it's only a difference of actually 2. The lower the numbers, the greater the percent change is going to be. We're going to monitor that as mental health remains at the forefront in our community of one of the concerns. Did a breakout analysis of our homicides. Wanted to take a look at our suspects. In order to solve crimes, we've got to figure out, what our victimology is, what our suspects are made up of, and try to figure out how to reach out to those individual groups. If you look at the average age of suspects during the first quarter, we have equal 33% in 18 to 25 and another equal 33% in the age 26 to 35. So the majority of our age group falls within that 18 to 35 age group. Again, we're only looking at a total of 7 incidents across the board, but it's something we'll monitor and we'll adjust what we're doing as we continue to progress throughout the year. Look at the age of our victims. A bulk majority of our victims first quarter were less than 18 years old. As we take a look at the cause of death in our community, if you remember last quarter, we talked about domestic violence. Not all domestic violence is partner-on-partner crime. You know, there's acts of child abuse, acts of, juveniles assaulting and harming their parents. They're all things that affect aggravated assault, violent crime, and even homicide within our community. I can say three of the victims within the first quarter were toddler age or below, and that's attributed to child abuse and assaults within the family unit. So we're going to continue to monitor that and deal with domestic violence and take that very seriously. We take a look at our aggravated assaults. These aren't the simple assaults. These are the aggravated ones where a weapon was involved, where an act of violence was involved, where injuries occurred. If we take a look, misdemeanors are down by 11% across the city. Felonies are down by 23% for a total of reduced aggravated assaults by 16, almost 17%. Remember, the difference between a homicide and an aggravated assault sometimes is only the fact that the person dies. So if we can make sure that aggravated assaults continue to decrease, we're going to have a better influence on the numbers as they relate to homicide. So we broke out domestic aggravated assaults. We talked about how domestics last year accounted for a quarter of our actual homicides and how we wanted to make a difference in the domestic violence throughout our city and hopefully change those numbers. Well, if you look, misdemeanors were up by 14.75% and felonies were up by almost 18%. Now, is that a good number or a bad number? Well, they're up, but if you take a look at the things that we've done over the past year, trying to get our officers to accurately document, follow up on these domestics, and deal with them in a serious manner, I think what you're seeing is the increase based on the increased effect based on the way the officers are handling these actual charges. Our response to the increase in homicides that were domestic related last year was a retraining of all patrol officers in domestic violence response, which occurred in January of this year. We created a resources brochure with a QR code. We know that a lot of times our victims are hesitant to take the help that we offer the night of. And so we wanted to be able to provide them with a resource so that they could go back when they were ready to seek the help or follow up with someone, they could have the opportunity to do that. We're looking to fill as soon as possible the 2 vacant domestic violence detectives positions that we have up in our major crimes division. And like I said earlier, our 2021 domestic violence homicides have not been the traditional partner-based incidents of violence. There have been at least 3 instances of child abuse that have led to deaths of children under the age of 18. We talked about follow-up. Since February 2023, the Phoenix Center has been assisting the Fayetteville Police Department with the domestic violence follow-up services within 24 to 48 hours from the time of an incident. This is one of the things that, Major Kelly Berg worked with me and the Phoenix Center to ensure that we weren't just taking a report and walking away from these victims. So we started this program back in February. We didn't get a full month's worth of statistics till April. Okay, so I know that's outside of our window, but I did want to post some results of what happened based on the programs and that we started back in February this year. So for the month of April, we made over 179 referrals. That means there were 179 incidents of domestic violence where the Fayetteville Police Department responded, and we forwarded that to the Phoenix Center for follow-up. So as we look at that, naturally, that sometimes people give us bad information, bad phone numbers, or that, they're not really wanting help and they give us some false information. But out of the 131 calls that remained after we took away the wrong numbers and the bad information that was received, we currently have 16 that were receiving services, which was about 12% of that population, 9 that were interested and wanted to continue to have conversations with the outreach that was provided to them, and 29 that were made aware of services that they probably weren't aware of prior to that secondary follow-up. So we'll keep track and tabs on these numbers as we move throughout the year and see that, and hopefully what we see is that more and more people are taking advantage of the services in the aftercare as it relates to domestic violence. Property crimes, like I said, green is good, red is bad, but if you look at the robbery, the only thing red on that page, it's up by 4.3%, but it's a total of 3 incidents that make up that 4.3%. Again, you know, as we progress through the year, the numbers will get higher, and we'll get a more accurate version of what's the actual problems with robberies are. But I think all in all, our property crimes are sitting in a pretty good spot right now. I talked last quarter about juvenile crime. I wanted to just give a snapshot of some of the things that we're dealing with when it comes to juveniles out within our community. So the information that you have here today, as you can see, I broke it down to what our predominant crimes committed by juveniles were. I have violent crimes and weapon-related incidents, I have property crime, I have drug violations, and I have traffic violations. If you look, 42% is the bulk majority of crime committed by our children. That's anyone that's 18 years or younger. But next to that is violent crime and weapons violations, which account for 32% of all the crime that we know of. If you look at these numbers, there's a total of 173 incident charges that we were able to seek during the first quarter alone. The total juveniles that we dealt with were 94. Out of those 94, we were able to get secure custody orders on 17. So there was over 104 incident reports or reports of crime, and we're ultimately able to touch or take into custody 17 of those juveniles. What we see is that we're turning them over to their parents, and we're dealing with them repeatedly over and over again out within our streets. And again, I just wanted to make this as a snapshot for us to see the effects that juvenile crime is having upon our city. And we're working with DJJ and all of our partners to make sure that we're getting the most violent of offenses taken care of and secured. Proactive police actions. So everyone knows when we call 911 and there's a crime that's been committed, a car's been broke into, you know, that's naturally going to generate a report. But what are our officers doing when they're not actually out on the call for service? I have urged them, their commanders have urged them, their supervisors have urged them to be more proactive in the things that they do. Throughout my time in the first 90 days, I've heard throughout the city complaints of careless and reckless driving, speeding from our community and from our council members. I have urged our police department to be more proactive in our enforcement of traffic violations. And as you can see, traffic citations are up by 69%. The Fayetteville Police Department and the officers and those commanders have responded. Crimes against society. These are any crimes that don't have a true victim. This is anything that the state of North Carolina would be the victim on. We're talking about drug violations. We're talking about weapons violations, up 66% in the first quarter. That takes an officer proactively seeking these drug dealers, going out, following up on the Crime Stoppers tips, doing the things that are asked of them of their supervisors, and exposing themselves to those complaints that may come in about the searching of vehicles and things of that nature. In addition to that, criminal apprehensions, the number of arrests that we've made is up by 38%. As I said, criminal apprehensions, that shows that the officers are going out there seeking to resolve and make arrests in the crimes that occur within our city limits. The opioid epidemic in Fayetteville, first quarter seizures. When I first saw these numbers, I looked at Major Joyce and I said, is this for the year? He said, no, that is for the first quarter. You look, cocaine is up almost doubled, 13,000. That's 13 kilos of cocaine in 1 quarter. Meth, almost 6 kilos of meth seized in the first quarter alone. Almost 10 kilos of fentanyl seized in the first quarter alone. Okay, and we increase our seizure of firearms by close to, 64 in the first quarter alone. These officers are out there, they're identifying, like I said, following up on Crime Stoppers tips, the complaints I get from council members about the drug traffic within the neighborhoods that you call and tell us about. These officers are going out there and proactively trying to solve those problems. Here's just a snapshot on some of the drug seizures and some of the weapons that we've taken off the streets in the first quarter. Those are kilos. that's some of the, illustrates some of the weaponry that we're dealing with. In addition, what our officers on patrol and our narcotics unit do, we also have an impact based on our federal and state task force officers. In addition, you look, there's an extra badge on this year's slide that wasn't on previous years. We've added a TFO from the United States Postal Inspection Service. Okay, we're cracking down on people that are bringing in drugs through the mail, through packages, into our city limits. Collectively, the first quarter, they've had 4 individuals federally sentenced. They have 11 individuals who've been federally indicted and are pending adjudication. Seized over $33,000 in cash and assets, and 5 firearms have been seized and taken off the streets. So our Office of Professional Standards and Internal Affairs, this is a breakdown comparison to last year. If you look, use of force, they're up by 2. Again, you know, I don't have great pause or concern until we start to see big jumps in numbers. If you look at our internal departmental investigations, we're up 6, 8 of those. These are the proactive investigations that we generate internally, where we investigate our officers based on either, you know, an action or observation that we made, or use or something internally that's been identified by a supervisor as that needs to be addressed. If you look, we investigate ourselves at a rate twice of our citizen complaints. 22 internal investigations have been started so far in the first quarter, while we've had 11 complaints from the citizens out in our community. So we are doing a good job. I believe we're doing a good job of identifying the shortcomings of our officers and conducting our internal investigations to ensure that we have the best officers out there on our streets. In addition, look at the compliments. You know, I've started tracking compliments. You know, if we're going to talk about the complaints, we got to talk about the compliments that our officers get. And we had a total of 13 so far for the first quarter this year. I was asked to put in about our use of force breakdown. I'll provide that to you here. And it just breaks down the different types of force that we have, whether they were taser plus another use of force, hands, pointing of weapons, firearm discharge, OC pepper spray, pointing of weapons plus the taser, canine bites, and total numbers of use of force totals. I will say this, I know last quarter I reported on this, it was reported that we set police dogs on at least 3 people. That's not the case, actually. The 3 bites that we had during this first quarter were officers who were running a trail for fleeing offenders of felony events while the dog was on leash. Okay, we don't run trails or let dogs loose to run throughout our community. They're on a leash. When bad guys hide in the woods, they startle the dog, they startle the officer. The likelihood of a bite occurring goes way up. So the 3 incidents that are documented here are incidents of officers running a trail looking for a fleeing felony suspect. Wanted to post this picture. It shows you a little bit of what we're dealing with. I know the one picture says April 29th, but it wasn't just April 29th. We've been dealing with this type of problems for the past year or so. I know several council people have actually emailed me pictures or locations that they see these dirt bikes on the streets, where we see these car clubs gathering and doing the careless and reckless operation of their vehicles in parking lots, doing burnouts. If you look, all that smoke is rubber from the tires of the cars that they're burning out inside these parking lots. People say that it's no big deal. Okay, the owners of those parking lots, it costs them thousands upon thousands of dollars to repair the damages where they cut the ruts and burn down the asphalt within their parking lot. So again, it may look like harmless fun, but it's very, very dangerous and very, very costly to our community. So what have we done about this? Well, our policy says we can't chase, not for unless there's a violent offense. What I've challenged our officers to do, to include our traffic unit, is let's utilize the technology that the city has invested in our LPR products and in our surveillance cameras, okay? Let's use them to our advantage to try to track individuals throughout the city. As you see, I have several wanted pictures of people that we know have fled from us. There's times when we didn't know who the person was. All we knew was the vehicle. We've posted vehicles out and actually been able to track down and actually bring charges against offenders based on the use of technology, even though we're not allowed to pursue these cars or vehicles according to our policy. Traffic fatalities were down by 2. Again, it's a number that it will progress as we go throughout the year, but that 2 down equates to about 25% reduction during the first quarter. We constantly participate in the governor's highway safety program, and I'll say this, the Highway Patrol has even participated with us on some of these car club events and these off-road ATV events within the city limits. So, mapping out first quarter TSRs, if you look, the dots on the map indicate where traffic stops are occurring. The bulk majority of those are occurring along our main thoroughfares, where traffic appears to be a problem. I've spoken at several community watch events where people are wanting us to come into the neighborhood. I asked them, and I think I was at one just the other day, I said, hey, please file a complaint with your district captain so he can generate a report that says this is why we're going into this neighborhood. I know that, we've been criticized in the past about the things that we do and why we're doing them, so I'm asking people, yes, to memorialize the documentation of why we're being asked to go in these neighborhoods. But if you look, our warnings are slightly down, but about close to what they were in the year 2022. We've had an increase in citations. We've talked about the seriousness of offenses that we see out there, the careless and reckless behavior. I want the charge to be reasonable to the event that the officer is stopping that car for. We don't need to be writing warning tickets for 15 miles an hour above posted speed limit. We need to actually give grace where grace is needed and take action where action is needed. Citation breakdown, I was asked to add this information. It shows the breakdown of white, black, Indian, Asian, and unknown others throughout the city. That is the first quarter TSR data. It shows the difference between male, female as well within there. And this is a little more detailed report. I was asked about cars that we searched, what were ones that were based upon probable cause, which ones were based upon search incident arrests, which were searched based on consent. If you look, the bulk majority of vehicle searches occur, the officer has to articulate probable cause as to why they entered the vehicle. If you look at the number where consent occurs, the numbers are less, 6, 20, I think the total's 26, 36 for the first in 2021. Totals, consent searches, but a bulk majority, any time that we search a vehicle, the officers are articulating probable cause as to why they're entering those vehicles. And this is the first quarter of 2023. As you can see, our citations, and it breaks down the individual search incidents for those as well. Want to talk about our CARES unit. The CARES unit I reported on last time, it was a combination of what our homeless and our mental health liaisons are doing out in our community. I know that those are hot button issues within our communities, but I just wanted to be able to post out the numbers of referrals and assists that our two individuals that work for the Fayetteville Police Department conduct and do on a day-to-day basis. These are first quarter numbers only. In a matter of 3 months, over 914 911 calls to our homeless, concerning the homeless. Direct calls to the homeless coordinator, 260 for one person to go out there and make referrals and provide the assistance that we can for the homeless individuals out in our streets. Our mental health contacts, again, front lobby, 101 times in 3 months, people have came in seeking assistance. Call outs, 16 in the 3 months. These are the after hours calls where it was important enough that we were able to get our Elizabeth Marcus to come in and make us contacts with our community partners. Direct calls to mental health liaison, 149, and as you see, about 158 referrals to local mental health resources throughout our community. Looking at our current staffing situation, we're budgeted 431 sworn. Our actual is 385. That's how many positions are truly filled. Sort of like, I believe, the fire department. You know, we have currently about 20 in the academy, plus we had about 30 that are in actual field training. So our actual numbers are closer to about 300 of actual cops going out answering calls for service on a day-to-day basis. Our sworn part-time positions, those are filling up. Our non-sworn, a bulk majority of those our vacancies there were through our 911 center. They were carrying like close to 40% vacancy last year. We've been able to get that way down to almost 20% this year. So as we look, I said retention was one of the key things that I did want to focus on. We started to take a look at why who was leaving based on retirements, what is our total turnover rate, and what does that represent within our police department. As you can see, retirements do account for quite a bit of our actual turnover. It's almost about 50% if you look at last year alone. Right now, we're looking at 7 for the first quarter of 2023. The second quarter, we're probably going to add about another 5 to that one. So within the first half of the year, we're going to be about 12. And what I want to track is I want to see what the other reasons that people are leaving. If we're losing on average about 60 a year, and anywhere from 24, about 24 of those are retirements, what are the rest of those actually leaving for? Major Joyce has been assigned this. He came up with this slide, and he's going to track that so we can see what our turnover rate is quarter to quarter and how it progresses throughout the year. Like I said, we've had 2 graduations that occurred one in January, one in February. This accounted for about 38 officers that had entered into our field training program. We're on the process right now of creating boards to get those individuals released as they're starting to complete their field training process, and they'll be assigned to squads to help with the vacancies that we have on patrol. Just a recap of our crime prevention on our community watches. Still a total around 104 total community watch groups traditional through our city. We're starting to see more and more start to become active post-COVID again. We met with one just the other day. That was the first time they met in almost 2 years, 2 or 3 years. Okay, so we're trying to get those back active and get people back involved in their communities. Some of the events that we participated in, Read Across America, that's Captain Manley and his CERT team. Again, supporting domestic violence, I participated in the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event this year. It was very painful. We participated and brought our mascots out to the VFW Post Easter egg hunt. And part of the 30, 60, 90-day plan, I talked about the open houses. The first open house event occurred within our first quarter. That's the one that happened at our police administrative building downtown that houses Campbellton, our forensics and major crimes units. We had about a total of about 70 people in attendance that night that were able to receive tours from our command staff of the facility with layouts of some of our equipment and demonstrations for them that evening. And that closes out the quarterly report.
All right, Chief, we appreciate that. We do have a couple of questions on deck. Councilmember Hare and then Benavente.
Thanks, Mayor. Chief, thanks for your report. And you did have a few additional details that I hadn't seen before. And I've noticed them throughout the city, our cameras, our license tag cameras, did you, and I didn't see it in your presentation, did you give us the pluses or the report on what we've been picking up with our cameras?
I didn't provide specific numbers for that. I know we closed out last year. Todd, can you help me out with some numbers on that? We closed out last year. Yes, so we started in late spring of last year when we had our first LPRs put into place. And I think you said over 700 charges associated with LPR at the close of last year.
So we're looking at that to be a pretty good success where we are now.
Yes. So to extract that information, it takes a little bit longer time because it doesn't automatically pop as an LPR. We have to go and look at case-by-case basis to see if the detective or the officer actually utilized the LPR system to solve that case.
As we move forward in our budget, is that going to be a request for additional funding for cameras?
Yes, definitely. They're just a force multiplier that I said this in an interview, they're the modern day fingerprint. People don't want to hear about your case unless you have some video to go along with it. I think we all can agree the importance of seeing a video and what it does to generate your case or to prove your point. So the more that we have, and officers can take advantage of being able to see and get real-time information specifically from LPRs, then go back and get historical data from our surveillance cameras, will enhance the investigations that they produce moving forward.
Okay, let me ask you a question on searches. You mentioned the consent search, and what causes, what sets on the radar, yes, thank you, that's the page, for a consent search, and what sets on the radar are the reasoning, the purpose, what causes that to have a consent, well, I understand the consent search, but to have a search, consent or otherwise, what leads to searches?
So a search,
vehicle searches.
Okay, vehicle searches. Probable cause is the requirement to search a vehicle, okay? Meaning, and the definition of probable cause that I always use is a set of facts or circumstances so obvious that the average person would believe that a crime has been, is being, or will be committed. That's the level that the officer must be assured of before they're allowed to search based on probable cause. Sometimes they don't reach that level. Sometimes someone's just acting a little bit nervous. They're not answering questions exactly the way you would expect them to. Even though you haven't met that level of probable cause, the inquiry that the officer may have is there anything illegal in the car? Any weapons, drugs, or contraband? And that may lead them, down to asking for consent based on, not having established probable cause early on within that vehicle stop.
But there has to be a reason.
No.
So it doesn't have to be a reason
For consent?
Well, no, I understand for the consent. No, I understand that answer.
But for probable cause, yes,
Yes.
we have to articulate and outline our probable cause as to why we searched that vehicle.
And with a probable cause request, to do that search, does the driver have to agree or not?
Not for a probable cause.
Not for a probable cause, okay. My last question, and I know we haven't done it yet, but could you tell the public, where are we, what stage are we with the, if you can answer that, with the shot spotter?
So I just got an update I sent from Major Joyce that they're still in the process of identifying, working through the legalities of putting up and providing power to the actual sensing units throughout the city. So June is looking back, the installation date sometime upcoming in June.
Okay, so the request from these locations, that part's already been done?
Yes, as far as where the sensors are going.
Right,
it's,
correct.
Providing power and getting the logistical situation of how do we get power to them and getting those agreements signed and those power ran to those locations.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Benavente.
Chief Brady, do you mind taking the slides to number 22, slide number 22? Now, that's not the total. Every traffic stop doesn't result in a warning or citation, does it?
Yes.
It does.
By our policy, there's no such thing as a written warning. It has to be documented through a written or a citation.
So in the first quarter of 2023, according to this slide, there was 11,017 total traffic stops. But in the slide number 25, it says there was 11,087. The bottom right of slide number 25. Is there a reason for that discrepancy?
We could look into that. That's what, a discrepancy of about 70.
Just curious.
Okay, and again, creating different modules to generate reports. There may have been a button that wasn't clicked or checked, but yes, we'll look into that discrepancy.
That's fine. And then, can you say, when the analysts looked through it, the rate at which contraband is discovered during the course of a search?
So, they'd have to, again, sort of like the LPR system, I would have to look into pull each individual incident and go and pull exactly what was obtained during that search. So that ask would take time.
But there is a way for us to see how many hits we get overall through those 11,000 searches?
It wasn't 11,000 searches, I think there was 11,000 stops, correct?
Well, that's my question. 11,000, stops. Okay. So we don't have any information about the number of searches? No, we do.
Yes, you have the numbers.
So if I add up the grand total, so you're saying that, looking at this slide that we're currently on, the black line total is there were 7,067 African-American folks searched, white was 2,047, and then obviously there was much smaller numbers for everyone else. Does that mean that everyone got searched, or 11,087 people got searched?
No. If you look, this line right here, first line, did not ask for consent.
Yep.
Those are the ones that there was no consent asked for or anything.
But they were searched?
No.
Okay. Because it says searches by consent type, and...
That means that we didn't ask for it, we didn't search, we didn't do anything.
Okay.
If you look at probable cause,
sure,
that's the number that we are able to articulate probable cause and actually do a search.
I see.
Protective frisk, that's the number we did frisk on. Search incident arrest, that's the number we searched incident to an arrest of an individual. Ask for consent and consent given, that's the number there. Ask for consent, but none was given, that was the number there.
Thank you, sir. So it actually, there were only 1,135 searches total in the first quarter of 2023.
That's correct.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. And then, of course, if you could move over to slide 10. The last two slides related to the searches, I really appreciate you putting that in there. This is another slide that I really appreciate you including in your reports now, Chief Braden. I think that we saw in 2022, we had a huge increase, 60% in felony DV situations. And it's great to see that you've connected with a community resource to kind of help further the impact of the officers connecting with DV calls and then trying to connect them with other people. So I think this is a very welcome inclusion. Just two more slides, sir, and I think I'll be done with my questions. If we could take a look at 25 again, is there anything about the search rates based on the racial demographics that give you pause or any concerns in the first quarter of 2023?
No.
Okay. And then the use of force slide, I think that was slide number 18. Is there anything about the totals here, considering that 70% of our use of force was against African-American folks so far this quarter? Does anything about that give you pause or rise in any concern for you?
So I think we had this discussion last time we had this report. Each one of those uses of force have to be articulated and investigated through our department. So based on my knowledge of the ones that have been cleared, I'm comfortable saying that force has been appropriately utilized in those situations. When it comes to searches, again, we have to articulate primarily, if you look, a bulk majority of those, if I go back to the slide, are generated upon probable cause. The testimony of an officer has a set of facts and circumstances that cause them to believe that a crime has been, is being, or will be committed. So again, as we look at these things, as long as the officers are articulating the problems that they're having, they're articulating and justifying the rates, the stops, the searches, and their use of force.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So before I've got two questions. So before I get started, first of all, I want to say thank you. This report looks, there's a lot of information, and information is power. And I see that we are going on the upswing of, a lot of green. So, of course, everybody out here with the police force, thank you. I truly appreciate all the hard work that you are doing. There's two things that I wanted to say to make sure that the audience is hearing. What I did hear you say is it's okay to call 911. Yes. And it's okay. So everybody out there that's listening in the neighborhood watch meetings and things like that, we always hear, well, I don't want to call 911. Call 911. If you see traffic speeders, things like that, call 911 because information is power. So,
and just know that we prioritize calls, so even if it is something that when we can catch up, that we can take a look at, we'll try to do that.
Absolutely, but if it is down there, we know that we have an issue.
Correct.
So then the other thing that I wanted to talk about, and I asked about it, I think it was about 2 weeks ago, talking about the license plate readers. And as we were talking about that, I was at a neighborhood watch meeting, and they were interested in getting a license plate reader. So full disclosure, it's my neighborhood. We have one way in, one way out. We have a camera. We cannot, they are going so fast going inside the neighborhood that our cameras won't hit them. So they would like to see what the possibilities of getting a license plate reader are. So as we were continuing to talk about it, it came to somebody asked, well, is there a preferred vendor, or is there somebody that, as the city or the police could get together and maybe neighborhoods could come together and look into that? Is that a possibility, or is that something that that I think that can happen that can't happen?
I'd look around, talking to Mr. Toomey. I don't think that we can recommend a vendor. I think that is something
Okay.
that your neighborhood wants, they'd have to look into. And we can provide you with names of people who provide those types of services. But I think it would be a conflict for me to make recommendations for a vendor.
Well, I didn't know if there was a process for neighborhoods and neighborhood watches or people or businesses that I think that there is a lot of people out there in the community, especially businesses or neighborhoods that would like to do fundraisers or something like that.
That is the purpose of the Fusus software that we're looking at. So no matter what vendor, what camera, whatever you use, it provides you the opportunity to be able to share that information if that's what you choose. So I would say that yes, if you, as a community watch or as a HOA, if you guys chose to do something, then we could work with you as to joining Fusus once you have your cameras in place and installed.
Okay, and then my last thing that I'm going to say is, so what we were talking about, if you do have a camera system, you can hook it up with the police, correct?
So for a personal camera, I say no.
Business
cameras, yes.
Okay.
Okay. There's two aspects to Fusus. One is the information video sharing capabilities, where it allows us when we can share with an actual business or someone within our a location in our community that wishes to share those. We're looking to partner with Cape Valley. Some of the parking lots that they have problems with motor vehicle BNEs. We're already partnering with Cross Creek Mall on some of the video feeds that they have going into there. For the residential purposes, what we're doing is a mapping. Okay, we're not asking anyone to give the Fayetteville Police Department access to their personal cameras, but we'd like to know where they are. So if we had a crime or a shooting or a series of burglaries within a neighborhood, we know exactly where to go and look for video. And it's just a time-saving effort for us, and allows us to spend more time investigating crime as opposed to finding out where all the video is.
I appreciate you giving that information, and again, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But Councilwoman Jensen just pretty much asked a question. I wanted you to explain the Fusus program. Only thing I would add is that a lot of these homeowners associations or a lot of these community watch organizations provide either your district or precinct officer, captain, your information, so if something does happen, they have a person they can contact to look at that camera of your community. But Chief, what a great presentation. I think it's paramount that I say that you have the support of your subordinates, as I see most of your captains and majors and assistant chiefs here. I'm glad that the morale is up. I'm glad crime is down, and I'm glad that the arrests are up. So continue to do what you're doing. The people of Fayetteville, and I'm sure this council appreciate all that you and your staff do. So thank you.
Thank you. So to close out, I'll give a...
I had one more question, Councilmember McNair.
I'll make this short. I just wanted to say thank you, Chief Braden, for your support, for showing up at every one of my 100 meetings that I've been hosting, and you've been there except for one, and I wanted to commend you for a great job that you are doing.
Thank you. And I think that rolls into that first 90 days. You know, that was a commitment I made during that 90 days to listen and hear from as many people as I could as I, stepped into the job as a police chief for the city of Fayetteville. So we ready to move on, sir?
Yes, sir. If you had to...
So real quick, I'll be brief with this.
Okay.
This is just a follow-up to the post 90 days, my first 90 days. If we take a look, I want to recap what the 30, 60, 90 looked like. If you look, the first 30 days, seek first to understand. Wanted to meet with officers and command staff. I wanted to meet with as many people out in the community as I could. I wanted to meet with our city leadership and our staff over here to determine what the expectations so I could manage those moving forward as the chief of police for the city of Fayetteville. 30 to 60 days. Wanted to create some committees, evaluate, analyze, and develop clear goals and plans for our future success. I want to identify opportunities to grow and expand our influence internally and externally. I was looking to explore officer growth opportunities, determine to find an organizational culture of going out there and being productive and working. I want to engage with leaders in our education and faith-based communities. And the concept of that, I wanted to move in the right direction slowly. It's better to move in the right direction slowly than it is to go fast into the wrong direction. The last 30 days, wanted to be able to, plan out and communicate what the expectations were, that we had moving forward. Receive and evaluate feedback from the committees, open houses, community meetings, and internal meetings. Formulate plans to implement recommended change strategies that were needed, and finally to communicate a plan both internally and externally. And that's sort of where I'm at right now today. I'm sorry, I didn't have it in display mode. As we take a look at everyone that I dealt with or I attempted to contact, like I said, I went through the full rank of the police department. I spoke with officers, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, and majors about their major concerns, how they deal with the internal operations of the police department. Externally, I met with community watch group, church groups, community-based organizations and boards. I participated in multiple radio and news broadcasts. I sat down and I spoke with the district attorney's office and our partner law enforcement agencies in the greater Fayetteville area. Some of the concerns that I documented that were repeated over and over again throughout these conversations: internally, officer retention and staffing issues, our loss of institutional knowledge, the opportunity for advancement and promotion, training and career development, specialized assignment processes, how we choose who goes to units within our department, pay issues, supervision, accountability, and liability, and the adverse effects of the permanent shifts on the department. Externally, violent crime in the community, specifically gun violence. There was many conversations about that. Traffic violations. If we weren't talking about violence in our community, the repeated over and over was the careless and reckless in the driving within our community. Youth crime and gang activity, mental health and homeless issues, police accountability, departmental staffing issues, officer morale and productivity, and other national issues in law enforcement. People would see and hear stuff going on in other agencies and ask, what are we doing here locally? If you remember that first 30 days I was chief of police, the Memphis body-worn camera was released. That's when I went to the community watch meetings. I went to our supervisors internally. Are we doing the right thing when it comes to body-worn cameras? Are we reviewing those things to ensure our officers are being held accountable for their actions out there in the streets? Sorry. It's too quick on the button. So based on those evaluations, I took a look at some of our strengths, our weaknesses, our opportunities and threats. As always, our people are always going to be our strength. Our community partners, our city staff, the state-of-art equipment and training that the Fayetteville Police Department has, the multiple programs, units, and specialized assignments to deal with an array of problems associated with modern-day policing. Those are the strengths that we identified internally with the police department. Weaknesses, recruitment and retention, experience levels of existing staff based on time and service at all ranks and all levels, current facilities that need to be upgraded or expanded to keep up with the growing needs of the city. And that includes, the recommendations that we have for the existing systems, such as our surveillance systems, our LPRs, and things of that nature, and officer morale and job satisfaction. Those are the things that I identified that we needed to work on. Opportunities, enact a true culture of change based on our use of our department. Right now, as young as we are across the ranks, this is our greatest opportunity to truly make change within our department and the way we do business. Opportunities the department provides as the largest city in southeast North Carolina to make it a desirable place to work. We should be able to recruit people from all over to come to Fayetteville, North Carolina, because of the opportunities that we offer that these other surrounding jurisdictions and counties and municipalities don't have. So hopefully we can make this a place where people want to come to work. Our officer and staff development, that's a great opportunity for us as well. Right now is a time for us to work on educating, training the next generation of leaders and start formulating some kind of succession planning. We focus so much on recruiting and getting people to work that we sort of lacked a little bit in our succession planning and how we move forward as an agency. Our threats: lack of recruitment and retention in a profession nationally, smaller agencies stealing away experienced officers with higher entry-level salaries. Most of them are more than what an officer here makes halfway through their existing pay plan, and the retirement of senior staff in the next 2 to 5 years that will create a void and inexperience in our upper-level management. And basically, this is a work in progress, our strategic plan. The key things that I want to take away from here are the objectives that I have, and I want those to fall in line with Goal 1 of our goals and objectives as a city to have a safe and secure community. I don't talk about reducing crime, I talk about crime mitigation. Okay, crime's going to go up, crime's going to go down. Like I told you, it's up to us to analyze. Are the numbers converging, diverging, or moving in the same direction? That gives me an idea of what our officers are doing, what the crime trends are, and whether we are being efficient and effective in what we do. Want to focus on employee retention and development, increase internal accountability, and improve community engagement programs. And some of those, we're taking a look at our existing PAL program. What do we offer, throughout the city? Are we touching as many kids as we can? Are we touching the right demographics and age groups to deal with some of the problems we're having with the youth crime within our city? So that's where we're at currently. As we move forward, we'll continue to evaluate and assess. So what does that roadmap look like for Q2? And we're in Q2 right now. We're in the process of finishing our evaluation of our committee findings, evaluating external community conversations and recommendations. We've done the evaluation on our strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities, and we're trying to enact those strategies to affect change. Q3, that's when you should see some of the movements come around. We're looking at the strength and accountability through the creation of a sergeant training programs, specialized assignment promotion criteria. We're looking to create a position of internal audit attached to our Office of Professional Standards to ensure that all policy, procedures, and other key requirements are being met by staff. When you deal with over 300 plus sworn employees, sometimes you need someone dedicated to make sure that all those things are being accounted for. Q4, as we plan out, and that's when I can see a lot of these community engagement programs. We should see our PAL program begin to grow. Then Q4, that'll basically be the 1-year mark. It's time to sit back and reevaluate all the things that happened in that first year and adjust strategies as necessary. So, any questions about the first 90 days?
Do you have a question, Councilmember Benavente?
Mayor Cole, I don't have a question about the first 90 days. I was prepared to make a motion and have some discussion.
Okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Benavente? All right, Councilmember Thompson.
Chief, I don't think we had this conversation before, the many conversations we've had, but prior to you becoming chief, I believe years ago, because you talked about community engagement. trying to figure out how I'm going to ask this question. Are you interested in changing the schedule of your police officers so they're on the same schedule every day, so the same officer would be in the same community at the same time, so they can further their engagement with communities?
So I think what you're talking, I think the conversation that we have is about community policing. What aspects of community policing could we enact? I think there's a time where that type of scenario would be beneficial. Right now, as young as we are at patrol, I have to make sure that our officers are well-rounded and trained in all aspects and areas before I can allow them to concentrate on just one aspect of the very, very hard job of policing. Okay, I think, as a command staff, as supervisors, as leaders, we need to identify talent and place talent where it needs to be in order to get the most effective job out of the individuals that we have. So there are individuals that we would say, hey, I need you to go to this community watch meeting for me, or we're having a community engagement event here. And ultimately that's going to take us getting our staffing back up to where it needs to be as well, just a little bit better than it is right now, where I can dedicate those officers to be within those same areas on a routine basis.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, Councilman Benavente.
Thank you, Mayor Coleman. I move that we accept the report from Chief Braden.
All right, there's a motion by Councilman Benavente, seconded by Councilman Ingram. Discussion on the motion to accept. You said discussion? All right, Councilman Benavente.
Thank you, Mayor Colvin. The information that was shared with us today, y'all, I think highlighted a lot of things. And my concerns with the information aren't squarely on the police, because when I think about public safety and the criminal justice system in Fayetteville, it's not just the police, it's the court system, and it's the elected officials who make policy and may choose not to make the right policy decisions to then direct the police department. But ultimately, the idea that arrests going up is automatically a good thing, I take issue with. We're never going to arrest our way out of the public safety issues in Fayetteville. In fact, when we overcriminalize and we engage in arresting as many people as we can, we create barriers for folks that in the criminal justice system are going to end up with charges, are going to end up with records that are going to prevent them from getting decent jobs and being able to get into decent living. We make it very difficult for folks coming out of or going into the courthouse who are impoverished to be able to get out without a lot of headaches. So we need to look beyond simply just trying to arrest our way out of these issues and start thinking about how our community needs to step up and address issues of public safety, not just with the police as the only tool in our tool belt. So you'll hear me talk about an Office of Community Safety a lot, and that's a big reason why. The police have a lot of discretion in the ways they decide to engage in probable cause searches. The Supreme Court authorized and said that it's permissible that if you've got a pine tree hanging from your rearview mirror, that is considered obstructing your view, and that is sufficient for probable cause to stop you. Probable cause goes a lot with officer discretion, and for whatever it's worth, at the end of the day, discretion, if you look at the results of these stops and searches, has resulted in a community where 40% is African American and 40% is white. We're stopping and searching black residents at 60% of the time and white residents at just 30%. So if you're black, you're twice as likely to get stopped and searched here in this city. And by this own data, if you look at last quarter, it was 76 to 26%. So this time last year, in those first quarter, it was triple the likelihood that you're going to get stopped and searched by the data that provided by the police. Use of force. The biggest concern I have is that 70% of the time that we use force, it's against black citizens here in Fayetteville. It makes me think of issues in North Carolina where black mothers are dying at disproportionate rates, and what a terrible hospital that would look at that and say, well, you can't sue my doctor because I can look at every individual parent and say that they had a pre-existing condition or some reason. Yeah, that may be true. You can't sue them, but if at the end of the year the rates are this crazy, that's a problem. We know that black and brown students are being suspended and expelled at rates much higher than other students. And if a principal says, yeah, but I know that kid, he probably punched that person or whatever it was, sure, you can probably excuse every individual instance. But if at the end of the year the numbers are crazy for the number of black and brown students that we're suspending, that school's got an issue that ought to be asked, that ought to be questioned, that concern and pause ought to be raised for. So I appreciate the police having included a lot of this data, because first thing we gotta do is admit that we have a problem, and then we can work to solve it. And it's not just on Chief Braden and his staff to address all this stuff. This city council needs to make sure that we have an Office of Community Safety fully funded this year in this budget, so that we can start to ask the critical questions that, for better or for worse, the police, they've got to do their job based on the laws and the policies that they've been given. And if this is the results that we're getting, at some point we as a community have to say whether or not we're satisfied with this disproportionate, unequal justice happening in Fayetteville. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Benavente. Councilmember Thompson, you had a question or comment?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Councilmember Ingram? Oh, okay. All right. Well, I think we had a second. We were on the discussion phase. Is that right? It's Mario's dialogue. Maybe I had to recap that. All right. So any other discussion on the motion? If not, council, I'll look to you for your votes. All right. Motion carries to accept the report. Chief Braden, thank you. Thank you to your team. 90 days. You guys have done an outstanding job. Certainly we are not a perfect, just like I don't know about any perfect department, perfect council, perfect people, but you guys are certainly making strides, and we are appreciative of what you do and your actions. So keep up the good work. Thank you. All right, moving forward, council, to item 9.01. Council, as we look to this for your consideration, this is quite an extensive presentation, so I don't recall discussing this in a work session. So, Mr. Manager and City Attorney, are the changes that are in this only to comply with the changes in the state statute, or are there any other items that are outside of the scope of state statutory required changes?
Mr. Mayor, which item are you referring to?
9.01. New design standards for the historic district. It says to comply with Chapter 160, but are there any other items that are not statutory required changes to comply? I got you. Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Newton or his staff probably can better answer your specific question.
We were waiting for a gap in that.
I heard the question as we move into the public hearings. We have two that are tied. The first one that you asked the question about deals with standards, and that is connecting it right into what the state statute has, but it also has in adopting the request that you adopt standards that we have that update what's been in place as guidelines for some 20 years. Every aspect of that is not mandated in the statutes, but the principle of having standards when you have evidentiary hearings, which is what's heard by the HRC when they have to look at certificates of appropriateness is. So that fundamental aspect of making sure that we move away from guidelines of, yeah, maybe think this or that, versus you have to measure up against standards is a very direct part. If you'll allow us to move into the public hearing or the staff report, I'm not sure where you want to go with that.
Right.
If I
So,
answered your question.
partially. So what I was asking, and I think I heard your answer, is all of the recommendations are not tied to complying with Statute 160D changes. Some are recommendations to make HRC's job clearer, but this was not something that I recall council agreeing on what those recommendations were. So tonight is just a public hearing, so maybe there's an opportunity. I hope that there will be an opportunity to take a little closer look at this, because there are a lot of implications to what HRC plays in the development and economic development of certain areas. So if this is just a public hearing, I'll say I've reserved my time if there's no other action needed tonight. Is this just to allow the public to speak? Yeah, he knows.
I think I am on the correct item, yes. We are setting the public hearings. This is a public hearing, as we discussed last Wednesday evening with you in the agenda briefing. The purpose of this is tied to making sure that you look at 160D, and something that we have is the overall document in place. It's always up to the city council as to when you take action. You don't have to have an action on any of the nights where you have public hearings. If you have information or questions, you can wait on that. This one's probably pretty important to take action on, and then if you want to do some cleanup work, you can be doing that also. And I'll just tag this in, even though we've not opened or had any actual presentation material. You've also done some very important measures in who you've appointed to those boards. I think it's probably important for you to listen to the presentations that you have. You have two of them. This is the moving guidelines to standards, and then later you have actual text amendments that come in also as a public hearing. Does that answer your question, sir?
It does, Dr. Newton. So council, well, I can open up the public hearing, you can hear it. I just asked, because the importance of this, I've literally had companies, MetroNet being one, who couldn't finish their rollout in the downtown area because of hold up with the HRC and different things. So $70 million investment there, several others who've tried to do it. I do think this is important. I do think but it's critically tied to some other things. So maybe we open up the public hearing, but would ask that maybe there's some consideration that this come to a work session to kind of get a little bit more into it, because this is complicated stuff if you're not familiar with it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Even when you are familiar with it.
Okay. All right. So the public hearing, individuals desiring to speak at the public hearing. Oh, you had a question, Councilmember Ingram? I'm sorry.
Oh, my button didn't show that I was pushed?
It did.
Oh, okay. So I did have a quick question. Sorry. I did have a quick question. Just wanted to, I sat in on an HRC meeting where some of this did come. And is this also going to include about the historical landmark and the decisions? Okay, so then I would say, I would agree to say that I do believe that maybe council probably should have this come to work session based off of what I sat in on the HRC meeting and listened to. Because I do believe there were kind of some concerns about even the landmarks and the decision-making behind that. Thank you.
All right. So as it relates to the public hearing, individuals desiring to speak at the public hearing should have signed up with the city clerk by name and home address before. It is now, 5 p.m. now, right? So I got to update my spiel. 15 minutes will be allowed for each side of the issue at a public hearing. The city council, in its discretion, may extend the time. Individual speakers will be allowed or limited to 3 minutes each unless by previous arrangement a single spokesperson is designated, in which case the spokesperson may use the entire 15 minutes. Time used in response to a question from a council member will not be counted against the allocated 15 minutes. And again, no one is permitted to speak during the council discussion and debate except in response to a question from the council member or recognized by the chair. So with that, we will open it up to you, sir.
Mayor, members of council, just wanted to get in front of you before Lauren Long gives you a presentation. Dr. Newton did mention that we do have this first item, 9.01, update to design standards. Then we also have that companion item a little bit later, 905, which is the text amendment to comply with consistency and a couple modifications in our existing development ordinance to associate and modernize some of those standards for you. So Lauren Long will give you those presentations.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. As Will said, my name is Lauren Long. I'm a Planner 2 in Development Services. Now, as Dr. Newton said, the design guidelines for Fayetteville's historic districts and local landmarks have not been updated since they were first adopted in 2000. And the need to update this document is to comply with changes to the enabling legislation under North Carolina general statutes, but it's also to address changes to the built environment that have required new standards to address these changes. As a timeline for how this draft document has come to this meeting tonight, in October of 2020, the City of Fayetteville was awarded a Historic Preservation Fund HPF grant by SHPO, it's the State Historic Preservation Office, to update our design guidelines. And in December of the same year, the city sent out a request for proposal and entered into a contract with the Walker Collaborative and Common Ground Urban Design and Planning to revise and update the current guidelines. 2 public meetings and 2 advisory committee meetings were held prior to the recommended approval of the draft document by the Historic Resources Commission, which was on April of 2002, and a final public meeting to review the final draft was held in October of 2022. The most substantive changes to the existing document are to the terminology used for the design regulation in 160D 947, and that's required for enforcement. This is the change in terminology going from guidelines to standards. And additionally, an update to the current appeals process has been included, a definition for non-reviewable work proposals, and appendices have been added to include the building code review standards for the fire district. So design guidelines are a preservation tool that administrators and the community use to guide the preservation of the city's historic resources. Many of the proposed changes are to streamline the review process and make standards clearer. The example I have here is a good illustration of those efforts. Currently, if an applicant for a certificate of appropriateness were to propose a new awning, it would fall under the blanket heading of exterior changes. Then the review for standards for windows, doors, storefronts, and utilities would be equally weighted against the proposed work. Some of these guidelines are not applicable, but must be considered based on how the current document is written. The updated document considers what the proposed work is, taking into consideration if the applicant is preserving, repairing, or replacing any architectural elements. And this guides the applicant and the administrator in reviewing the proposed work based on the specific standards that would be applicable and better serves both mutual interests for the goal of preservation. In the report that was sent to council, staff has included a summary of what proposed changes are included in the draft standards, and that was in the Excel document that was an attachment to the report, that have been recommended for approval by the Historic Resource Commission. These new standards would effectively replace the current design guidelines and would be the new design review standards for the Downtown Historic District, the Haymount Historic District, and all of the city's locally designated landmarks. If there are any questions of staff, I'd be happy to answer those at this time.
All right, Madam Clerk, you had something? Need to open the hearing?
Yes, sir, and we have no speakers for this item.
All right, so I'll open the hearing, and we'll close the hearing for this item. Questions from council? Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I don't know if this is the right time or if I should say it. I want to go back to what you were talking about, to taking it to a work session, and Councilmember Ingram. I understand that this is probably timely and of importance because our downtown is growing rapidly and we want to get business down there. Is there any way this could come back to us at our next work session? And if I'm out of line or out of line on timing, please let me know.
You set the line, ma'am.
Okay. So is
Yes,
there
ma'am.
any way, I guess I'm asking the city manager, that we could bring this back to a work session, our next work session?
Thank you, Jennifer. Now, we could table this to the work session. I think that would be appropriate. That's council's interest.
So, Mr. Mayor, is my timing that I could make a motion that we table this and move it to the next work session?
Yes, I did have a couple of questions. I couldn't tell if Dina was motioning for a second or question. Yeah, I got you. Here you go, sir.
Friendly amendment, if we can table 901 and 9.05.
They're too tied together. Yeah, makes sense.
I would be more than happy to do that.
All right. So there's a motion by Councilmember Jensen, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Hewitt, you had something?
In the interest of agenda planning, if you would just say, I don't know what June 5th is going to look like at the moment, but just maybe just allow us to bring it back to a future work session.
Next available?
Yeah, would probably be better. Yeah. Well, we'll try for June 5th, but we'll have to talk to staff about the timing. But if it's waited this long.
So, Mr. Hewitt, I think there may be a couple of things, you know, time is money with economic development stuff, but I
Well,
think
you
there
tell
may
me,
be.
sir. I'm trying to accommodate y'all. Yeah.
Yeah, Councilmember Jensen.
So if I may, you know, I know that the last meeting that I was reading through was in October. So, you know, it took quite a while to get to us from here. So I counted, it was like 7 months. So I just want to make sure that I think it's very important that we get that done because of economic development going on downtown, that it goes before our break. And that we all understand this. This is a lot that we need to go over.
So maybe as you get the agenda together, maybe there's something in June that could possibly switch places with this. But there's a motion by Councilmember Jensen, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Any other questions or discussions on this item 9.01 and 05? All right, council, look to you for your votes. Madam Clerk, that is unanimous. Those voting in opposition, Councilmember Benavente. Motion carries 9-1. All right. Item 9.02, Charles Horn, Billy Horn, and Faye Horner are petition. Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
AX 2302 is an annexation petition for 1682 and 1662 Middle River Loop Road. This is a voluntary petition in order to connect to PWC sewer, and the petitioners are Charles, Billy, and Faye Horn. The total area for which they are requesting annexation is 4.68 acres. 1682 and 1662 Middle River Loop are located just outside the city limits, north of Business 95, and is currently the site of Blue Ridge Power and Horn Brothers Communication. These parcels, should the annexation order be adopted, would fall under Council District 2. This is a survey submitted by the petitioner showing the existing conditions of the site, and as you can see, both parcels are fully developed. The site is currently zoned Planned Commercial District under Cumberland County zoning districts. The petitioner is requested to initially conditionally zone the parcels to heavy industrial to accommodate the existing use. Should council adopt the annexation order for these two parcels, this will validate the requested map amendment. And these parcels being located in Fayetteville's municipal area of influence, they are already designated on the future land use map. They have been designated for uses that fall under the category of employment center and intended for larger industrial uses or business parks. This is the subject property as seen from Middle River Loop Road. To the north of the site, there's a 16-acre lot owned by Carolina Sun Investments, LLC, currently being used as open storage. To the east lies Larry's Sausage, a meat processing and distribution facility. West of the site is Star Electric, which is an electrical contractor, and this site is located adjacent to I-95 and fronts Middle River Loop. And there are no developments to the south. PWC reports that existing infrastructure for sewer and water is located just the southeast of the parcels, and that the cost for any necessary extensions of sewer mains and laterals would be borne by the developer. As such, PWC also reports that any increase in cost to PWC would be standard operations and management to all extensions of current service, and that revenue would be obtained by the connection of a new customer to sewer. All other departments, to include fire, police, public services, and transit, report no increase in costs as a result of the expansion of services. The site is currently being served under Cumberland County by the Eastover Rural Fire Department, and as enabled by NCGS 160A 31.1, the Eastover Rural Fire Department has sent over information for an outstanding debt that would transfer to the city should the parcel be annexed. Once the county's tax assessor's office and finance have determined what that value is, a payment schedule can be agreed upon with the rural fire department. However, this debt would not exceed the revenue this parcel would contribute to the city if annexed. So as these parcels were developed under the county, they do not comply with the city's development standards. When a parcel is annexed into corporate limits, any existing development or site work that conform to the standards under which it was originally developed will be considered an existing nonconformity under the UDO. This is under Article 30-7. This section would require degrees of compliance based on expansion of the site or change of use. However, the conditions of the initial zoning would protect the existing conditions of the site as they are referenced in the initial conditional zoning. The petition has been certified as sufficient, and the city departments and divisions report that the extension of service would not require additional resources. Although a percentage of the outstanding debt for the Eastover Rural Fire Department would transfer with the adoption of this annexation, this would not outweigh the tax revenue brought into the city. As the applicant is voluntarily annexing in order to connect to sewer, as required by City Council Policy 150.2, staff is recommending that the City Council adopt an ordinance annexing 1682 and 1662 Middle River Loop Road. This concludes staff's presentation. Available for any questions.
All right, so with that, we'll open the public hearing for this item. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir, we have one speaker for this item, Mr. Jimmy Kaiser.
Mr. Kaiser, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Jimmy Kaiser, 115 Broadfoot Avenue here in the city of Fayetteville. Staff has done a good job of doing an overview of this project. The Horn Company is expanding, not any buildings, but expanding personnel at their facility and need to hook up to the sewer. It's currently on a septic tank. And water will be extended. It's up to the edge of the property now. It'll be extended across the frontage of the property. The same thing with the sewer across the frontage of the property. Larry Sausage was in the city years ago with sewer, and so this is just extending it down Middle River Loop Road right there along the frontage. Both businesses on the piece of property are growing businesses, and due to the contractual nature of the work that they do, it needs to be a heavy industrial zone. But I'll be happy to answer any other questions that staff may have, or that y'all may have, sorry.
Thank you. All right, seeing none, Ms. Kaiser, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
May we have no further speakers for this item?
All right, so with that, we'll close the public hearing. Councilmember Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that we adopt the annexation ordinance with an effective date of May 22, 2023. This option validates the final action taken by council on the initial zoning. Thank you.
It's a motion by Councilmember Ingram, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem. Any discussion on the motion? He did it first. All right, it's getting there. It's getting there, y'all. This is a lot better. All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, so we're gonna go to buttons, y'all. No more peace signs. All right. All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, council, let's look to you for your votes. All right, Madam Clerk, motion carries. We're waiting on one more. Who is that? Hit the button this time, now.
No, I hit my button and nobody noticed. I'm gonna make you wait.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. Moving to item 9.03, rezoning for single-family residential to mixed residential. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Heather Eckhart. I'm a Planner 2 here in Development Services. This is P2312, a request to rezone from SF10, Single Family 10, to Mixed Residential 5 at 0 Graham Road and 6677 Bailey Lake Road. The two properties are a total of 5.56 acres. Here you can see the subject properties. There is one smaller parcel here that there is a home on currently that will be demolished to make room for future development. The parcels are located on Bailey Lake Road between Strickland Bridge Road and Bingham Drive, just south of Fire Station 17 here, and the Bailey Lake Road Dog Park. It's also important to note, over here on Rockford Drive, there are existing duplexes that were developed prior to the adoption of the UDO. And over here on Horsepen Branch, there is a small apartment complex. Again, subject property is zoned SF10 currently, as is the majority of the areas surrounding it. The other zonings in the area are also residential zoning districts. Future land use plan does call for this area to develop as low-density residential, which is going to call for single-family subdivisions, but also for things like townhomes and duplexes to be intermixed. This is a picture of what you can see of the subject property from the road. The house to the left is actually a different property fronting on Bailey Lake Road, but further back in the trees you can see that house that I referenced earlier. The rest of the property is vacant and has never been developed. As I mentioned earlier, you've got Fire Station 17 to the north. To the south is the Erin Lakes West subdivision. To the east is an Aqua well site, and to the west is at the Emerald Gardens subdivision. As I mentioned, it is calling for low-density residential, which is going to include things like townhomes. As the applicant will likely speak to, they are looking to develop townhomes on this property. They can speak to the number of units when they speak during the public hearing. And of course, this can add valuable housing stock to assist in our ongoing housing crisis. When this, oh. Oh, thanks. When this item went to Zoning Commission, the Zoning Commission did recommend denial in a 3-2 vote on this request. Your options tonight are to accept the Zoning Commission's recommendation of denial. You can always choose to approve the rezoning, or you can choose to approve a rezoning to our more restrictive zoning district. And we ask that you hold any questions for staff until after the public hearing.
All right, thank you, ma'am. So with that, we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk.
Now we have two speakers for this item. The first speaker is Luis Frangos. I hope I pronounced that right, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Luis Frangos. And basically, we'd like to get it rezoned from SF10 to MR5. SF10 gives us 31 townhouses. We're asking for 17 more to make the 48 townhouses. It'll be a gated community. It's ideal. Basically, it has a dog park right around the corner, fire department there. It'll be 1,500 square foot townhouses. And, I mean, we have parking, adequate parking. I think that's it. I mean, not too much more. Any questions?
All right, don't see any right now, sir. Mr. Thompson, yours was a question? Okay, all right. Thank you, sir.
Mayor, our next speaker is Mr. Gary Futch.
Good evening, sir.
Hello. I'm Gary Futch at 2538 North Edgewater Drive, Fayetteville, North Carolina, 28303. Of course, I'm speaking pro for the MR5 rezoning. Currently, the project will, with the zoning, be suitable for 31 units. We wanted to increase those units to 48, basically with the HOA, with it having a gated community. We are going to have a smaller park, but we're really looking for this multifamily development to also engage in the community resources such as a dog park. That was a great addition to Bailey Lake Road. Thank you guys for that. But with that, it being 2 acres of outdoor space, and I think it would be a great area for an MR5 development of 48 units.
Thank you, sir. Council, don't see any questions? Thank you.
May we have no further speakers?
All right, so with that, we'll close the public hearing. Go to Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Futch, before you come back up, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. As we were discussing the young lady's concerns right next door, was her issues addressed about as far as where her property line was and what the distance between the fence and the transition was going to be to her property to your property?
Yes, sir. Mo is actually with us today,
Oh, I didn't see her back there. Okay.
and we got to hang out and talk about the property lines and how the development was going to run, and I think it was a success.
As long as her concerns are addressed, I'm good. Mr. Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion that we approve the map amendment for MR5 as presented based on the evidence submitted, and finds that the rezoning is consistent with future land use plan as demonstrated by the attached consistency and reasonable statement.
All right, motion by Councilmember Thompson, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Dawkins. He had it on there, it just popped off. Didn't you? He had it on there.
I did use my button.
All right, well, all right. Well, Councilmember Hardros, he did use his button, yeah. I don't know what happened to it. All right, so either way, we got a motion and a second. So, discussion on the motion. All right, Council, let's vote. All right, Madam Clerk, that motion carries unanimous. Thank you. Moving to item 9.04, text amendment to Article 30-386, Airport Overlay District. Good evening,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor and members of council. So the next item we have before you is an amendment, a text amendment to the airport overlay, adding an airport entrance corridor. This is, this overlay, inside of an overlay, would prohibit the placement of new manufactured or mobile homes within this area, or the replacement of existing ones. There are 23 parcels altogether in this area, only 5 of which are actually in the city limits currently, and none of those currently have a mobile home on them. And they are all zoned some type of industrial in the city, which doesn't allow mobile homes anyway. So this is another one of those steps trying to make the entranceway coming into our ever-expanding airport look better. This has been to the Planning Commission and Zoning Commission. Again, this map just shows all of the properties, most of which are still in the county's jurisdiction currently. Again, only 5 are currently in the city limits. Tonight, your options are to adopt the draft ordinance or recommend text changes to send back to staff. And if that concludes staff's presentation, you can open your public hearing at this point, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. So, I don't see any question. Did you have a question, Councilmember Ingram? Okay. All right. So with that, I'll open the public hearing, Madam Clerk.
May we have no speakers for this item?
All right. With that, we'll close the public hearing. I did have a question before I go to Councilmember Ingram. Mr. Harmon, 5 out of 22. This is an important corridor. We've talked to members of the county commission about this before. So we have an overlay. You put an overlay inside of an overlay, like you said, but what about EJT? Is there anything else that we can do besides not allow new manufactured homes? What about some other things, maybe extra jurisdictional territory?
Well, yeah, currently that's what we have. Our MIA is basically like an ETJ. We currently, there are no ETJs in Cumberland County, and I believe those are still not legal in Cumberland County due to special state legislation.
Oh, wow.
Back to the 50s, I think.
So that's something we may need to be addressing.
But there may be some, we may be able to look at some other steps and things that could be done there in the corridor entranceway into the airport.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Ingram. Okay, now I see it. So you got a second page to this. I'm getting it now. All right, so I have a question, Councilmember Hare, and then Jensen, and then I'll go to you, Councilmember Ingram.
The mayor hasn't learned. Okay. He needs some IT help. Mr. Harmon? Very happy, very, very happy. Made this discussion during our briefing that we have no more mobile homes going in that area. We have been dealing for the last 15, 16 years trying to improve that area. Now, you did state that some of that yellow is in the county. Did you state that?
Most of it is in the
Okay,
county.
so my question is this. With the new text amendment, with the new policy that we're putting in, with our request of no additional mobile homes, either if they go down, they can't be replaced, whatever the case may be, no new ones, will that hold in the county?
Well, the county is, while we're doing this, they're also looking at adopting the exact same language so that their ordinance reads just like ours, so that no new ones or replacements would go in the county property.
So there's been some dialogue between us and them. Okay, all right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask this question. The mayor asked about the ETJ, and you stated that it has to do with a law up at the state about that was done in 1950, around those areas.
50s,
Okay.
I believe, if my memory.
So as we peel back the onion on a lot of things that are happening in the city and through Cumberland County, are we the only county that has this, or are there many counties? Because we have found in a lot of situations that Cumberland County is the only ones that have a lot of their own rules.
It's the only one that I know of right offhand, and I've never worked in one that, other than Cumberland, that had that restriction.
So I guess the point that I'm trying to make is a lot of things that we can't do is because Cumberland County up at the state has provisions that a lot of other counties do not have, that decisions were made over 50 years ago. So I'm going to plead to our delegation to go through these and kind of look and see if we can get on the same base as everybody else. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well said, and just for the listening audience, what this is talking about is the ability of the city to apply city standards, building codes, and different things to certain areas. So by the airport, you may see kind of a loosening of standards, for lack of a better word, to where certain things wouldn't be allowed in the city. And so if the city and counties agree, and most counties other than ours, we would be able to clean that up with some of that process. But again, this is one of those things where we're a unicorn and we're prohibited from doing it. But glad that came out tonight, so we'll start lobbying on the state level to help change that. So thank you. Councilmember Banks McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. Once the
the change is amended, what does that look like for the residents in those trailers? Because they are, someone do live in those trailers, correct? They are accompanied, is that correct? Or are they just banned in trailers that's just sitting there?
No, all of the mobile homes that are in that area, none of them are actually in the city limits currently. They're all in the county jurisdiction. So if the county, or when the county adopts it, then those people will have to adhere to the county's regulations. But right now, there are none in the city limits, and they wouldn't be allowed anyway because of the zoning we have on those properties.
Okay, so just for clarity, so that would be up to the county to make that, as far as
The ones
that
have-
determination
Yeah, the ones
for
that
the
have
current.
mobile homes on them currently are all in the county.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if this question could be answered or not, but as we went to Capitol Hill during a few months ago, we all pitched for us to get a direct flight to D.C., which is going to bring more dignitaries and more of a focus point to the Fayetteville Airport. Are we prepared to ask the county to expedite this process so that the entrance to our Fayetteville Airport would be suitable for the dignitaries that would be visiting us?
Is that a question for council? I don't know if Mr. Harmon could catch that. But. Oh, all right. I have to get you on the speaking chair. All right, Councilmember Jensen.
Yes, we have. We have discussed this at length at the city-county liaison about a year ago.
All right. Thank you. All right. Councilmember Ingram.
Thank you. Let me add this before I make my motion. I do understand that we have discussed this at length a year ago at the city-county liaison. However, things have changed. We haven't met with county at the city-county liaison in a year. Our tax agreements have changed, so I do think we probably need to kind of follow up on where we are with the county on these kind of discussions. But I will say it is a positive that they are looking at adopting the same ordinance, so that lets us know that there's some hope that we all can have be on the same agreement with that. I'd like to make a motion that City Council adopt the proposed text amendment for the Airport Overlay District.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Ingram, seconded by Councilmember Hondros. Any discussion on the motion? All right, council, I'll look to you for your votes. All right, Madam Clerk, that is unanimous. Motion carries. All right, item 9.05 has been tabled. 10.02. Mr. Harmon, long time no see.
Mr. Mayor, this will start our evidentiary hearings. So I believe you have a few things to say about that as I pull up the PowerPoint.
Just for the record and documentation purposes, I just wanted to make sure that staff knew that this was not District 2. This is actually District 5. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're now moving into thank you for the clarification. We're now moving into hearings that require the City Council to hear sworn testimony. This is an evidentiary hearing. The City Council's decision must be based on competent material and substantial evidence presented during the hearing. All those who wish to speak must be sworn in and provide the testimony under oath. I ask that the city clerk affirm all those who will participate in the hearing. After that, the professional staff, please present the case before I open the hearing. Madam Clerk, I want to swear in your...
Yes, sir. We have 13 speakers for this item. So when I call your name, if you could please stand and raise your right hand, and then I'll read the affirmative. Miss Sandy Parker, Miss Denise Howell, Mr. Ron Kirby, Miss Nikki Creasy, Miss Laurie Epler, Miss Janet Whitaker, Miss Lois Kirby, Miss Anna Madrena, Mr. Justin Herb, Miss Helen Caesar, Mr. Eric Schaefer, Miss Margaret Zastro, and Mr. Robert Bowers. Okay, if you could all raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So this is our first evidentiary case of the evening, SUP 2304. The owner is Shine Light Properties, being represented by Lori Epler from Larry King and Associates. The special use permit is for a 2 to 4 family dwelling or a duplex to be located at 105 Arborview Court. This is in District 5. Just to give you an idea of where the property is located, this is Morganton Road here. It's kind of small, it's just a small cul-de-sac, Arborview Court right here, so it doesn't show up too well. But you've got North Churchill Drive here. That's the biggest intersection close to this particular property. Currently, it is zoned SF15, and duplexes are allowed in the SF15 as a permitted use with a special use permit. Our land use plan calls for this to be a medium density residential area, which duplexes do fall within that category. This is what the property looks like from the road. The property in question is this here on the left-hand side, inside of this little development. The cul-de-sac has been here for a number of years, built, and now looking to do, again, just one duplex here on this property. Just to give you an idea of some of the surrounding properties and how they look. And then this is the proposed duplex and how it would set on the property. You'll see the 2 entrance ways, 2 driveways here, and the duplex units right here. And then again, Morganton Road here to the south, and Arborview Court, the cul-de-sac. Mr. Mayor, being that this is an evidentiary hearing, that concludes staff's portion of the presentation. We do, however, have a couple of letters that were sent in by residents, one of which I did hear the name called tonight. I may have missed one of the others, but Madam Attorney, I don't believe that unless they're here tonight that these can be entered into evidence, correct? So we have one, I know, and I'll check with Ms. McGill and see if we have another one that's on the list that I missed when she was calling them out. But that concludes our report at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. So with that, I now open the evidentiary hearing. Ask the applicant to begin and make their presentation in case. For the record, please state your name, your address in relation to the case, and please provide your testimony. If you're offering expert testimony by you, one of your witnesses, please share with the council the supporting information that qualifies the individual as an expert. And having listened to the applicant's testimony, Madam Clerk, please call the first speaker.
Mayor, our first speaker is Miss Nikki Creasy.
Good evening.
So my name is Nikki Creasy, and I'm the owner of Shine Light Inc. as well as Shine Light Properties. What we plan to do is house individuals with autism, people that we are already serving, that we've served for years, so we know them well. The units will be handicap accessible and Yeah, I mean, that's what we do. We've been doing this for 17 years. These are individuals who, because of their disability, have a difficult time and, finding jobs, which makes housing difficult. So our goal is to support them in their housing by giving them affordable housing, while we also help build some skills that will help them to get jobs and go on to have fair market rent and live in regular housing. And that's it. I also, the only other thing that will be on this property is my house, which I plan to build, which will be about 4,500 square feet. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Miss Laurie Epler.
Good evening, Ms. Epler.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Lori Epler. Address is 1333 Morganton Road, 28305. And I'm coming tonight on behalf of Ms. Creasy and her organization. And just to kind of familiarize you with this property, it sat there for years as 4 lots. It was family-owned property by the Funky family. They could never sell those 4 lots. Ms. Creasy came along, wanted to buy those 4 lots. They have been recombined to 2 lots. One of those lots is the one that you see with the duplex on it. The other lot is the remainder of the property. Her house, as she said, will be the only other residence on that property. She is doing this in her own front yard so that she's there to help these people if they need her and oversee them. As far as the findings of fact, I will read those for you. To indicate how the special use complies with all applicable use-specific standards in the code, this use complies completely with 37-4C2 and 30-5G. How the special use is compatible with the character and uses permitted in the zoning district. The construction of the structure will be very much in keeping with the surrounding homes. The entrances to these 2 units face a private street, so from Morganton Road, it's going to appear to be a single-family home. Across Morganton Road, there are 2 developments of multifamily townhomes. How the special use avoids significant adverse impact on surrounding lands regarding service delivery, parking, loading, odors. They're residential units. There won't be any of that going on this property. Any minimized adverse effects, including visual impacts on the proposed use in adjacent lands. The neighborhood was originally recorded for 4 lots, as I said, and she has reduced that to 2 lots, and she's fully disclosed what her intentions are to do with that entire development. Explain how the special use avoids significant deterioration of water and air resources, wildlife habitat, etc. None of those things are present on this site. It was cleared many years ago, and the little bit of growth that is there is not mature growth unless it's on the outside edge of the property. That outside edge of the property, you can see from the site plan, that buffer will stay there, not only on the front, but also behind this unit adjacent to the surrounding property owner. Indicate how the special use maintains safe ingress and egress. The only ingress and egress are going to be that private street. And yes, they will go out on the Morganton Road, but like I said, this property was originally approved for 4 lots. We are down to only 3 units now, so it's not going to be as bad as it would have been had those 4 lots been developed separately. And special use complies with all our relevant city, state, and federal laws and regulations. It does do that. Ms. Creasy she does a lot of good. She's well respected, and the work that she does is beneficial to folks that need it. So we come to you tonight. I ask you on her behalf to grant her special use permit. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Sandy Parker.
Evening, ma'am.
My name is Sandy Parker, and I live at 207 Hull Road. The zip code is 28303. Good evening, Mayor Coleman, Mayor Pro Tem Dawkins, and City Council members. I live in Haymount and teach community health nursing and psychiatric nursing care at Fayetteville State University. I have been a registered nurse for 26 years. And as a forensic nurse, served as a probate court investigator for adult guardianship cases and director of a victim services nonprofit organization. I come before the council today to express my concerns regarding the special use permit application filed by Shine Light Properties to build a duplex on Arbor View Court to provide individuals with autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, to live independently. My concerns are as follows. First, the location of Arbor View Court is not a safe location for those diagnosed with ASD. Morganton Road is the only way in and out of Arbor View Court and is known for high traffic volume, narrow lanes, and noise. According to the Fayetteville Police Department, there were 33 accidents in the 2300 to 2500 block of Morganton Road, which is where Arbor View Court is. And this was in the last 5 years. This is the vicinity of Arbor View Court intersection. Individuals with ASD often experience hyperreactivity to sensory input. Therefore, a situation involving high traffic and noise may cause them to hyperreact and inhibit their ability to safely navigate that intersection. Also, there are no bus stops on Morganton Road for these residents to access public transportation. The closest bus stops would require residents to walk either way down Morganton Road, one to North Churchill Drive, the other to Camellia Drive, neither of which have access to sidewalks. The nearest grocery and drugstore would require the same walking route. Arbor View Court is an unsafe location for individuals living with ASD. My second concern involves Shine Light Services Incorporated and Shine Light Connect Foundation's tax-exempt reporting obligations that they're not being met. According to the IRS tax-exempt organization database, Form 990N has been filed for the years 2018, 2020, and 2021 for Shine Light Services Incorporated. There's no 990 listed for the year 2019. Also, Form 990N is for organizations with $50,000 or less of gross receipts per year. According to Shine Light's annual report for 2022, they had a total revenue of $949,970. There are no 990 filings to date for Shine Light Connect Foundation. This raises concerns for me regarding fiduciary responsibility and transparency with the Shine Light organizations, which utilize Medicaid waivers and grant funding to provide services. Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council members, you must consider these grave concerns as you vote on this special use permit. The safety of individuals living with ASD would be at great risk, and this tax-exempt organization has some work to do regarding financial reporting before expanding their services. I implore you to vote no on this special use permit for Shine Light Properties. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
I also have the report from the police department on the stats if you'd like that.
If you'd like to submit it to the clerk, you can. All right, thank you.
Mayor, our next speaker is Ms. Denise Howell.
Good evening, Ms. Al.
Yes, good evening. So I'm Denise Howell, live at 2312 Morganton Road, Fayetteville 28303. Mayor Coleman, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm one of the closest neighbors to Arbor Court. My property abuts directly across from there, from the would-be duplex, and I'm asking you to deny the special use permit for a multifamily dwelling. When I decided to move to Haymount area, what appealed to me most was the smaller homes, the medium-sized homes, some of the larger homes. It's close proximity to downtown, close to shopping. I can get anywhere in 15 minutes. My sisters live on the west side of town. I can hit the north side of town. I never envisioned living in an area where I would be surrounded by multifamily units. While the property, while it's great living in Haymount, Morganton Road is a very busy street. I mean, I literally take my life into my hands when I back out of my driveway. There's an enormous amount of traffic. No one adheres to the speed limit. Even as Chief Braden said earlier, they have these proactive zones. Right now, the Fayetteville Police, they sit in Arbor Court to try to control the speeders and they cite speeders as they go down Morgan Road. The neighborhood, the material references that Arbor Court is a private road. It's literally a long driveway. It's about 200 square feet from the tip of the cul-de-sac to Morganton Road. With the enormous amount of traffic on Morganton Road, it would be difficult to navigate in and out of Arbor Court, just as it's difficult for me to navigate out of my driveway. If the zoning change is approved, is there a maximum number of individuals that are allowed to live in that multifamily unit? Are there any exceptions to the process if there is a maximum number? Safety is important to me as well as everyone else in this room, but I'm concerned about the more units you have out there and the high level of noise. Everyone has good intentions, but what exists today might not apply 6 months from now, six years from now. If this exception is granted, the current owner and any future owner can do with the property whatever they see fit. So what may be suited for 2 people today may be 20 people living there in 6 months. No one has a crystal ball, and we can't predict what's going to happen here, but we all can look back in the past and say we figured out this is the spark that created the fire. In closing, I would ask that if you think about 20 feet from Arbor Court is the intersection of Morgan Road and Churchill Road. And at that intersection is a sign that says, oh, no turn on red. And the reason why that sign says no turn on red, because you can't see what's coming. And so with that, in closing, I'd ask you to deny the permit for special use. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ron Kirby.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is Ron Kirby, 112 North Churchill Drive, 28303. Mayor Colvin, City Council members. I'd like to address the application for this special use permit. I believe that all of you have a copy of Ms. Creasy's application for SUP 23-04. I hope. I would like to address the application for this special use permit. I feel there are at least 5 areas that are misleading or false. Please see the application before you. Question B, description of the zoning district. The applicant states that all adjoining properties are vacant except for one single-story home to the west. We were presented with a satellite view of a quarter-acre property out of 4 lots on the site. The applicant then changes the 4 properties to 2, which will now affect 12 surrounding single-family homes, not just 1. Question number 2, is the permit compatible to the area? A duplex is not in keeping with the surrounding homes, as all the surrounding homes are single-family, except for Morganton Arms Apartments, which was built before the current zoning regulations. It also states that it will appear as a single unit from Morganton Road, which is absolutely false. There is no way to build a duplex without it be seen in its entirety. Question 4, minimize adverse effects, including visual impacts. It will be the only duplex within the affected area. Again, the applicant states that it will only be seen as one structure. Question 6, ingress and egress on the property. The applicant states that the ingress and egress will be on a private street but fails to mention that within 50 feet, you must exit onto Morganton Road, where there is no light. It's a difficult and dangerous exit to make. Question 7, protection of property values and land usage in the SF-15 zoning area. The applicant states the duplex will blend nicely with surrounding properties. How will the only duplex in the area blend in with all single-family houses? Ms. Creasy is requesting a special use permit to build a duplex for her business. There was a neighborhood meeting on May 13th where this issue was discussed, and there was expressed a great concern as to what the potential issues that could arise if this duplex is approved. If one is approved and a precedent is set, how many more duplexes and possible apartment complexes will be built? Will this duplex affect the surrounding property values? Will Ms. Creasy request more special use permits to build more duplexes? And will Ms. Creasy's single-family home be turned into a business office for Shine Light Properties? As a side note, this duplex is a transitional home, as it will be used from business purposes to move Ms. Creasy's clients in for a short term for development and growth so that they might move out into society. I'm respectfully asking that you reject this proposal or this for 23-04. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Janet Whitaker.
Good
Good evening, ma'am.
I'm sorry?
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Janet Whitaker, 313 North Churchill Drive, Fayetteville. And I too, along with Ron, am addressing the application. So if you will go to page 2 of the application, where it states that all adjoining properties are vacant except for one single-story home to the west. I believe, as Ron said, that is not accurate when you see the aerial photo, but also I believe that that was purposefully perhaps misleading to give the character of the neighborhood as something that it is not. All of North Churchill, except for 3 lots on that side, are R6. All behind it on Hull is R6. All of Camellia is R6. It is surrounded by small and lots, haymount houses, and it is not keeping with the neighborhood. If you will go to the next item, it says on here that it complies completely with the UDO Chapter 30-4C2. It has 2 driveways in the picture, and Mr. Harmon addressed 2 driveways, and that clearly states that UDO says 1 driveway per block face for a 2 to 4 unit. Okay, so Chapter 30, Part 2 says 1 driveway, unless it is a circle drive. So the drawing that they have given you does not comply with the current UDO, even with the special use. I'm not sure exactly how they're going to redo that, but it cannot be the way it is drawn now, according to the UDOs. And I've got it pulled up on my laptop, if you would like for me to read it directly. Making a statement that will have no negative impact on any adjoining properties is not providing evidence that it will have no negative impact on adjoining properties. It says very clearly on here that the application needs to state, you know, evidence, like why do they not believe it will have that? You know, just saying it will have no negative impact on adjoining properties. Well, it will. If everyone has this view in your pack, it's got a big yellow circle around it. If everyone has that view, you will see the lot. And then and this is the 1,000 feet circle, and you will see the lot sizes. And where you see those small little lot sizes, those are R6 lots. I mean, I don't see how anyone, and I believe that it was misleading to say it's surrounded by empty properties. Well, those empty properties are their own property. The rest of the lots in Arborview, because there's nothing empty around there. And the properties, those two or three lots that are right on the other side of it, on the Churchill, that's it. And it also states on the application that it is directly across the street from multi-family properties. Those are attached, single-family dwellings, high-end townhomes behind a brick wall. They are not multifamily properties. I believe someone here may have at one time, they are single-family attached. Am I wrong? City Attorney? And that's it. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Lois Kirby.
Good evening, Ms. Kirby.
Good evening,
Councilwoman.
Mayor Colvin, Mayor Pro Tem, Mrs. Johnson, and Mr. Hewitt. It's good to see you. My name is Lois Kirby, and I live at 112 North Churchill Drive, Fayetteville, North Carolina. I have lived directly behind the property in question for 30 years. I cannot express how extremely dangerous the ingress and egress is onto Morganton Road from this location. There have been numerous serious accidents within 15 feet of the property, to include a fatality. I recognize that Mrs. Creasy, or Shine Lot Properties, is a business with locations in 15 counties throughout the state, according to her website. I have no doubt that they provide much-needed services. What I do doubt is the logic behind why a business as large as Shine Lot Properties would risk putting anyone with any kind of a handicap, especially autism, in such a dangerous location. Most times on a daily basis, ambulances, fire trucks, and sirens blast down Morganton Road and Churchill Drive. Most people know that people with autism are extremely sensitive to loud noises and glaring light. An employee from zoning and planning addressed the council many years ago in an attempt to explain the overwhelming number of special use permits and zoning problems that constantly plague the city council and left the homeowners in turmoil. Simply put it, he stated that the city for many years was nothing more than a hodgepodge of mismatched houses, duplexes, buildings, businesses, and apartments thrown together with little or no thought of the consequences that would come. Then the council, along with zoning and planning, implemented zoning regulations that should protect many neighborhoods. We welcome Mrs. Creasy as a neighbor. She can build at least 2 to 3 single-family homes on her property. But I humbly ask each one of you, as our city representatives, to say no to this special use permit and allow this city to continue to move forward. Please don't let this area, or any area, return to the hodgepodge it once was. This area consists of mostly small, inexpensive homes where young and old can afford to live and take pride in their property. Please allow us to maintain the integrity of this very old neighborhood and live in peace without the fear of it returning to the hodgepodge it used to be. If you disagree with anything I've said tonight, I understand you have a right to. But I would beckon you, each one of you, to consider the safety of these people, these innocent people. I have heard crashing glass, screeching tires, crumbling of metal, screams of people being injured. For 30 years, it is no place to put anyone with any kind of a handicap, let alone someone who is autistic. Thank you so much for your consideration, and I do appreciate you considering exactly what I've ended up telling you. We are extremely worried. This has nothing to do with, oh, we're afraid. I would love for that property to be utilized. but to be utilized, making sure that no one is ever injured there again. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Ms. Anna Madriga.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Anna Madriaga, and I live at 116 North Churchill Drive, Fayetteville. I would like to say thank you for people who takes the time to help those who are in need, especially to those who have special needs. I'm not opposed to the good deeds of Shine Light Properties planning to house autistic individuals, but I am opposed to house them in Arbor View Court, Morganton Road. An autistic individual can be different from one another. They can all have different sensory issue. I hope that they can stand the traffic noise of Morganton Road each day and night. I hope they can stand the noise of Terry Sanford football game, and will they not have sensory emotional meltdown. And if they do, I hope Shine Light Properties has 24/7 house staff to watch over them. I hope these autistic individuals do not need to walk in Morganton Road, since there are not enough safe sidewalks, not even nearby bus stops, not even nearby stores. Lastly, I hope the city council city members had taken the time to review or learn how Shine Light Properties will be providing safety for these autistic individuals and also their neighbors. And these are all some of my concerns as a mom of an autistic child as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Mr. Justin Herb.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Justin Herby, and my address is 2614 Morganton Road. I live on Morganton Road. I also I'm a landlord for a rental property within 1,000 square feet of the proposed site. So I wanted to speak about the permit as well. So why was this permit filed? Is the permit for a duplex or for a business? To me, a special use permit would be a permit for a particular use of the lot that it's not zoned for, to allow a change of the use of the property. Yet Shine Light submitted a special use permit to build a duplex? Though I am new to learning the ins and outs of Fayetteville statutes of the zoning code, based on this and from my perspective, it seems to be the submission of a special use permit for the building that is already permitted. It seems to appear that there's either bureaucratic oversight or a intention to deceive by hiding the true intentions of the individual that submitted the permit. The submission of the special use permit goes straight to the City Council, and we're avoiding it being discussed in front of the Zoning Committee. It also shows ulterior motivations that this has not been addressed. Why can this not be voted on by the Zoning Committee? Would they not recommend it? They are sworn to do what's right for the community and to protect the character and resources of the neighborhood. Why can't City Council allow other individuals to do their jobs? So Shine Light owns the property proposed to be a duplex, which after looking on the GIS map, at 5 p.m. today before I came here, it's already a duplex. There's 2 addresses already on the GIS map. So what this tells me is that what it tells me is that the intentions are not there, and I have a sorry, I'm off topic. So what is stopping the owner from building a duplex instead of her own property once this is approved? So I'm a business owner as well, and I just don't believe that once this duplex is built that the individual is going to be living there and going to be enjoying living and operating her own business side by side. And then, as the other individuals have already stated, once this one permit is approved, how many more properties are going to be permitted and that zone that, yes, it's only 2 houses, but then who's to stop them from splitting those units back up into 4 again, and now we have 4 different duplexes sitting on the one street. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Our next speaker is Ms. Helen Caesar.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you. My name's Helene Sear. I just recently purchased my first home a year ago on 208 Hull Road. It's a very small house. It's 1,000 square feet. And yeah, I love it. I love the neighborhood. I was attracted to the single-family zoning that surrounds me. Fayetteville Tech's close to me as well. I'm against this change or the special use permit. I think zoning's in place for a reason. You just don't go buy property and expect to change it just for your own desires. You know, it'd be great if I could, you know, change my small carport in my backyard and do a 2,000 square foot barndominium, but I'm not allowed to do that. I mean, I guess unless I get a special use permit. So my main argument is, although her intentions, Shine Light intentions are good, Morganton Road is very dangerous. I've only walked my dog down there one time, and I've never been back to walk on the sidewalk, Morganton Road. The cars drive by very quickly. It's very dangerous. So I was just wanted to come here tonight just to urge you guys to consider the purpose of zoning. I'm very worried about future ownership and someone else purchasing the property, and what will they do with that duplex, and how will that change? So thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Our next speaker is Mr. Eric Schaefer.
Good evening, sir.
How you doing there, everybody, council members? My name's Eric Schaefer. I live at 2606 Morganton Road. Pretty much agree with everything that you've heard against the proposed building. It is dangerous, and that's all I have to add.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Ms. Margaret Zastrow. Sorry if I mispronounced that.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, esteemed council members. My husband and I own 107 Camellia, and so we share a lot line with the group of lots that were purchased. Sorry. I want to thank Councilmember Jensen. When, you know, earlier today, she's really concerned about protecting her neighborhood with the cameras. Our neighborhood, Haymont West, when I moved in, it was 1990, and of course, I was a single mom then, had a son. Everybody was so welcoming, and really, it's the kind of neighborhood where, you know, you're gonna get a drink, sit on each other's porch in the evening time, and just discuss things. Things come through like a hurricane or whatever, you know you can count on anybody for help. This is single-family neighborhood. It's truly, you know, an old-timey neighborhood. I have left there, but not really. We moved 2 miles away. We are back often. The zoning about being single family is really important, I feel like, to keep. I don't think that whether it's a duplex or not, you know, Haymont, it's got a variety of buildings, building sizes, building styles. It may be all right if we had, you know, 2 families living in a joining wall type of building, but
I've been, looking into this. This isn't really a family situation that Ms. Creasy is proposing to put in. I have a copy of the, you can get a job with Shine Light Properties right now. Right now, they're looking for a qualified direct support professional to join the team. Strong males preferred for this specific position who has the ability to exert maximum muscle force, yet all other applicants are also welcome. You will provide one-to-one support with an individual that we serve in our homes and in the community. Our ideal candidate is a patient, energetic professional who can handle aggressive behaviors and outbursts and that has experience in supporting people with achieving their goals and outcomes.
Ms. Schaefer, we need to stick to testimony related to.
This just showed me that it really wasn't like residential so much as habilitative. Also, it is a business. There'll be more vehicles in the driveway, this and that. Everything that people have said about Morganton Road is true. My husband was trying to take a left off of Camellia Drive on Morganton Road just recently and couldn't see that there was a car club or whatever setting up a drag race from the light at Churchill. Coming down that slope, and he had to take evasive maneuver to get out of their way. That happens a lot, day and night. So as far as the safety, we have, as a group, we've mentioned that over and over again this evening. Group homes, if that's what this is, and I do wonder why it really was just, Ms. Creasy's asking you to accept the fact that it's going to be a duplex. Really, I think that the use of the neighborhood in keeping that kind of stuff is more about the use, the intended use, than the appearance from the street. So we know that by being neighborhood and by being concerned, if there was a family that moved in down the road, Camellia, with an autistic child, we would all help. We would all help look out for that child. This is a different situation. In Ms. Creasy's own words from her website, are you looking for residential placement for your autistic individual? Think about the neighborhood within Fayetteville that surrounds the home. There should be parks, grocery stores, movie theaters, and similar places that would make a great outing during day and night. How do you keep your loved one from wandering? She points out that half of autistic individuals do wander, and those that wander, half of them go missing or encounter danger when they're out. So how do you keep them safe? And that's what we all are talking about. She suggests tracking devices, home security alarm systems, teaching them to swim in case they fall into the pool across the road, alerting first responders and the neighbors, communicating with neighbors and sharing with them what sort of challenges these individuals do have, so that they will become and help, the neighborhood will help to help these individuals. I'm not opposed to it. I know that she knows a lot more about autism than I do, and she's in 16 counties. But I would not be able to lay my head down at night without worrying somewhat about my backyard neighbors and how they're doing, and if one of them decided to wander tonight, and it just isn't as then a peaceful place to live as it once was, if this is permitted to go through. And I'm asking you each to consider denying this request for a special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, our final speaker for this item is Mr. Robert Bowers.
Good evening, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Council.
Robert Bowers, 2315 Morganton Road, 28303. My residence is directly across the street from the proposed change. I have two concerns. One, we're bringing in a business to a residential area. I wouldn't have any objections if this was a single-family residence. Worked with Dr. Funky 20-plus years ago when he came before council for a zone change for that property. At that time, I was for it because they were all single-family residents. What greatly concerns me is the business part of it. The other is the safety. I've been living at that residence for 25 years now. The increase in traffic on Morganton Road is only getting worse. I have it timed now to where when I exit my residence, I wait for the lights to change at Churchill. That's about the only way that I can get out on a busy time. As a longtime public safety member of the city, I have been to numerous accidents up and down Morganton Road. I think it's probably time for the state to step in to when they put the turn lane in and shrunk the lanes down some 20 years ago. It created more of a problem than it helped. So I am against the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We have no further speakers.
All right, thank you, everyone, both the proponents and the opponents for your testimony. I'm going to give at least 2 minutes for each side for a rebuttal. I know there were some things said, related and unrelated that may need to be addressed by either side if you would choose to do that. If not, we'll close the public hearing and start the deliberation. Madam Clerk, can you start the timer?
So the first thing I'd like to say is I haven't spoken to any of these people, so I don't know how they're quoting me. The second thing is I live on Morganton Road, 1510 Morganton Road, 28305, which is not even a mile from the property. The other thing is the people that are going to live in this house, we have 2 sisters and a set of twin brothers that are going to be living in the house, in the duplex. They were talking about, Shine Light, my tax, so we were at one point Shine Light Services. The reason we're no longer reporting under Shine Light Services is because that company no longer exists. We changed it to Shine Light Connect. And so you won't see a report there. I've been in business for 17 years. And the other thing is, because I've been in business for 17 years, if you know anything about autism, while everything they said is true, autism is a spectrum disorder. You look at one person, that is just that one person. There are a variety of levels of functioning, levels of abilities, and so the people that are going to be living in those houses are people that have the capacity to live in those houses. They are people that will not be affected by the noises. They are people who will not be affected because, as far as transportation goes, they're not going to be affected by those things. And that is because they are being served. And so we are ensuring that all of their needs are being met. This is just to house these individuals. And yes, it is transitional in the sense that our goal is to help people, help prepare them for the community at large so that they don't have to continue to live in low-income housing. I've been very transparent about what I'm going to do. That one small property is going to be one duplex, and the rest of it is going to be my house. Now, if anyone has questions about whether or not I'm going to be happy there, I don't think that's the issue. It's my choice to live there. I've been doing this for 17 years. If I choose to do that, then that's my choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of those in opposition? Any? Ms. Kirby?
Thank you very much. I know this is a sensitive subject. I've sat where you sat now, and it was one of the horrible decisions I've ever had to make. Mrs. Creasy and I did speak on the phone. I don't know if you remember, I had called you. And she did explain to me pretty much what she said, that indeed she was going to have the duplex with two people, one on each end. We have no problem with anybody with autism. Honest to God, I can't speak for everybody, but the ones that I've heard tonight, I don't believe that. We're begging you, and I think that she is a reasonable person. When she stood on that property and made an advertisement for her company, when she bought it, it's on Facebook. The traffic, I thought it was going to blow her off of her property. I can't believe that as intelligent of a woman as she obviously is, as good of a businesswoman as she obviously is, would ever think about putting anyone with a handicap on that property. It simply isn't safe. I've nearly been killed. We've had cars in the front yards upside down in our neighbors' homes. This is not a question of not wanting her there. I hope she lives there. Gee, a 4,400 square foot house I would love to have behind me. It might improve my property value. But the point is, this is a dangerous, dangerous place to ever put anybody who needs the kind of help that these young people or old people with autism need. My neighbor's child is autistic. She would never think of walking her anywhere near that property. Thank you so much. And again, this isn't about anybody against anybody. This is about the fact this is an unsafe area for any kind of handicap at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I see Councilmember Hondros, and then Ingram, and Dawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some questions for the applicant.
She had another. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see her. Yeah, we're providing that for each side. So I don't know if we'll have time for.
7 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
7 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make a comment. This I am an expert in. I was in the mortgage business for a lot of years. This is a property. It's real property. Once it's built, it can change a year, 10 years, whatever. It's still going to be a duplex. It's not going to be a single-family residence. It might become a rental. It might become what, but it's not going to be a single-family residence. And this is what you have to keep in mind. I mean, the house I'm in was built in 1937. So think about this property that many years from this future, into the future. It's just, what is it going to be? And you cannot mandate that. You can only mandate what can be built, not who can live in it. Those days, thankfully, are long gone.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. So let me close the public hearing, and we'll go to council members. I see Hondros, Ingram, and Dawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Have a few questions for the applicant. Either speaker. Hey, Ms. Creasy. How many, in Arborview, how many original lots were there?
4.
And the new combination and subdivision is how many lots?
2.
2 lots. And so you're proposing a duplex and a single-family home, correct? Can you tell me how many bedrooms are going to be in the duplex and how many bedrooms are going to be in the single-family home?
The duplex, there is 2 bedrooms in each unit. The single-family home will have 5 bedrooms.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Ingram.
Mr. Harmon, I have a question for staff. Or can I ask questions of staff? Okay, Mr. Harmon. Is that Mr. Harmon? Okay. You gonna come up or no? Okay, this is in a actual property is in a cul-de-sac. Is that correct? Okay, Miss Lori. Okay, thank you.
The street that serves this property is a cul-de-sac. It is a short cul-de-sac, but this property is accessed off of a cul-de-sac street.
And who else would have access to this cul-de-sac? So what Maxine is, your client is the sole access owner of this cul-de-sac?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Dawkins.
Make a motion, Mr. Mayor,
All
but
right.
you may have others that have questions.
Yeah, we do have several. Go to Councilmember Benavente, and then Jensen and Hondros again.
Ms. Creasy, I apologize for making you walk back up, but I have a question. It was stated that you have a very extensive number of properties across 17 counties. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Could you clarify?
So we serve 17 counties.
I see.
But we do not have, we have properties in Cumberland County and Robeson County.
Have you had to go through this process before, getting a special use permit for those properties that you have?
No.
Okay, so this is the first time. Was there a reason that, or could you speak more to where you mentioned that you hadn't spoken to the residents around this property prior to coming here today?
That lady called me, questioning me, because they thought I was opening up a group home, and I assured her that I was not.
Right.
They had a meeting. I was not a part of that meeting. That's all the conversation I've had with the neighbors.
Did you not want to have conversations with them?
Not at all.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, when she called me, I told her I was open to talking to them. But
You were?
yes, yes, I have nothing to hide.
No, of course. But you didn't necessarily let folks know that you were getting ready to come to the neighborhood. You didn't necessarily reach out to folks.
No.
Okay.
I'm building my house. I didn't think I had to.
No, sure, I got you. All right.
Only if the council members have a question during that. Did you have a question for her? All right. Councilmember Jensen.
You need to get my, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, good evening. So I'm going to kind of I'm going to piggyback a little bit off Councilmember Benavente, because my first question is, I always say I've been sitting in this chair a long time. And I think that when something like this comes into a neighborhood that is different and is not like the norm, there has to be conversations. There has to be the awkward conversation. And I don't see how we can come here and make a decision when the two parties are not talking. And what I can say with that, and I don't know if I'm off base or not, but, we have sat up here many times that people in the neighborhood are very upset because they don't know what they don't know. And when they go back and talk to the people that are looking to do something, it's not what everybody seems to think, and there can always sometimes be a compromise. So with me saying that, I understand that it was 4 parcels, and now it wants to go down, it's down to 2, correct? And that you're looking to put a duplex. So the fact of the matter is, which is what we all don't want to hear, that is the new way of housing, that we see it all over the United States, that people are going into neighborhoods, they're taking down old houses and they're building duplexes. I mean, that is the reality of it. It has not happened here. So my question is you could put 4 houses there, correct? Now, or is it you could just put 2 if you didn't do a duplex?
We can only do 2 now.
You can only do 2 now. And across the street is single-family homes that are connected. Is that correct?
Townhouses, yes.
Okay. Are they single-family homes or are they houses across the street?
One family lives in it.
I understand that, but they were saying it was a single-family house. I heard, yes, but they're detached, but they're, okay. So those were my big things, and I guess you said that there is 2 sisters that are going to live in one,
And twin brothers will be living in the other.
and there will be no more than 2 people living in these duplexes?
Yes, ma'am.
That
In
is
each
it?
apartment.
Each
2 in each unit.
2 in each unit, and in your home is your private home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the last thing that I'm going to say is I really feel that there needs to be some communication about this, and before it came to us, I really believe that it should have been communicated, everybody together, because you are going to be neighbors. Regardless, you're going to be neighbors. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Banks McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mayor. First, to the residents, I appreciate you all showing up just to express your concerns, because on council, that's what we want. When residents have concerns, we want you to show up and express your concerns. However, council, I want us to be mindful that although we have a room full of people who are in opposition, this is an evidentiary hearing. So we have to go by those findings, not by individuals' emotions. Secondly, I agree with Councilwoman Jensen as far as when you come into the neighborhood and want to build, it is good to communicate, but you don't have to. That's what our staff is for. We send out those letters. So I just wanted to say that. And I just wanted to just have that on record. But I hope you are able to get what you're requesting for, to be able to help individuals. But again, this is not about anyone's emotions. We literally have to go by the finding facts. And sitting here, I didn't hear much of the finding facts that's on here to not approve this. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Hondros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see Mrs. Harper. Maybe Mrs. Pulliam can answer this question for me. The question was asked about why a special use permit instead of a rezoning. Can you speak to that? Or Ms. McDonald?
It is up to the applicant as it relates to how they decide to proceed. But I believe if you look at in your packet, it is because of the proposed use that they needed a special use permit.
The use being a duplex?
Yes. But I'll let Mr. Harmon or
Well, Ms. Epler raised her hand because I have another question for her anyway.
yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Hondros, before the UDO went into effect and before our zoning changed from
changed from R6 to SF6, R10, SF10. Multifamily was allowed in every residential zoning by right.
Right.
The UDO made her come here and ask for a special use permit for a duplex.
Yes, ma'am. It was also brought up that duplex or triplex or quadruplex cannot look like a single-family home. Can you speak to that?
A 2-unit one can have separate entrances.
Mhm.
At least that's what staff has told me in the past.
No,
There's
but in not just specific to this case, but in modern construction, can you have a duplex, triplex, or quadruplex that looks like a single unit?
You can. You can have one front entry, and then once they get in the building, it goes off into separate units.
All right. Thank you. So I just want to speak to some of the maybe misinformation or inaccurate. And thank you for Ms. Creasy for clearing up the autism, because a lot of the information, it is a spectrum. So what is true for one person with autism isn't necessarily true for everyone. I have a nephew. I work with nonprofits that work closely with autism. So the spectrum is so broad that it's hard to paint them all with one brush. I live in a subdivision off of Morganton Road, so I traverse Morganton Road quite frequently myself. There's 40 single-family home lots in my subdivision, and then there's 9 of those lots that are smaller townhomes. It's a phase 1 and a phase 2. In the, 10 lots that were townhomes, the one is a duplex. So we live in harmony, single-family homes and a duplex, and in those 40 lots are individuals from every continent on Earth except for Antarctica and Australia. So we coexist. And unless someone has a report from traffic engineering about the traffic being unsafe, that's unsubstantiated. Unless someone has an appraisal report about negative home values, then that's unsubstantiated. Again, in my subdivision, there's over 30 single-family homes and 10 townhomes, 1 duplex, and they coexist, and the home values are not negatively impacted at all. In fact, they accentuate each other. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hondros. Councilmember Ingram.
Thank you. Ms. Creasy, could you come back up? So I just want to clarify something I asked before we take an official vote. Well, one, you already live on Morganton Road, is that correct?
I do.
Okay. And you said, how far is it from this location?
It's not even a mile. I jog down there all the time.
Okay. And, okay, so about 2 minutes, 2 minutes direct, probably shorter, there is the Friendship House.
Yes.
Which is a living community and provides affordable housing for individuals with intellectual and development disabilities, okay? So when that's in my district, so when that was brought to the community, it was an overwealth of welcoming. And I wish you were getting that, because I do think everybody has a place of belonging, even with, I believe I heard someone say they had a child. If that was me, I would be welcoming to that, and or I would lend some type of, but I did want to ask, again, this is a cul-de-sac that you as the sole property owner have access to only, not anybody else that has spoken tonight.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Go to Councilmember Hondros. Third round.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 quick questions for Ms. Epler. Ms. Epler, I think it was mentioned today that there was no sidewalk along Morganton Road by this property, between this property and Camellia Drive. Do you know if there's a sidewalk there or not?
There is a sidewalk there.
Yeah, I thought there was a sidewalk on the northern side of Morganton, pretty much up and down. Okay, that's what I thought. I just was making sure I wasn't misremembering. Next question. It was brought up today, I think it's a valid point, if the duplex is approved. So we went from 4 single-family home lots, which was 4 units, to 2 lots, so we can only have 3 units, a duplex and a single-family home, right? If the duplex is approved and built, if the single-family home is approved and built, and if it's sold a year from now, 6 months from now, 10 years from now, how many non-family members can live in 2-bedroom duplexes, and how many non-family members can live in a 5-bedroom single-family residence?
I can't answer that question. You mean?
Per code. Isn't there, can staff speak to that?
I don't think there is anything in the code that regulates how many people can live in a duplex or a single-family home.
Mr. Hewitt?
Yeah, we do have regulations about how many unrelated people can live in a dwelling unit. What was described does not reach that limit. I think it's 4 or 5. 5.
And Ms. Jensen, just to let you know, by definition in the ordinance, a townhouse is a single-family attached dwelling unit.
Go ahead. Councilmember Jensen. You're green.
I'm green now. Yes, I understood that, but I was going back to, because I understood when they were looking over at one of staff and they were talking about what was across the street. So I was trying to figure out what the difference was
They
in.
described it as single-family, but it is
Yes.
single-family.
So
attached.
they're the same.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just wanted it for the record. Thank you.
All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm ready to make a motion. I will say that in my mind, the special use is not in harmony with the area. Across the street from the cul-de-sac are single-family homes. Now, you go a little further, probably 100 yards, and you do have a single driveway with attached townhouses, yes. And then past that, if you're heading east, you do run into Morganton Arms, which is an apartment complex. But this is very personal to me, and let me explain why. A council member at our 6 o'clock meeting talked about a very personal situation that she had. I lost a friend of mine at that intersection, Josh Mazingo. Josh Mazingo was a decorated war hero in Iraq, and his dad and I were very well. We rented from him. We were close. And Jim Mazingo has moved to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. But yeah, this is very personal. This is an extremely dangerous intersection and road. I cannot make that point enough, that this area is awful. There's a wall there, and that's what Josh hit. And one night. And he's out there at Sand Hills. Mr. Mayor, I move to disapprove the special use permit based on the special use is not in harmony with the area.
All right, is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Dawkins to deny, which a vote of yes would be to vote to deny, seconded by Councilmember Benavente. Discussion on the motion. So, did have a couple of quick comments. One, Mayor Pro Tem, sorry to hear about your friend in this situation, but again, just to kind of restate, special use permits are different. They're regulated different. They have appeal process through the court process, so it means that we have to take in sworn testimony. We kind of have to discard things that are not substantiated by evidence. We have 6 findings of facts, as the council member referred to. Were a lot of things said tonight that were not germane to the discussion, so council, we ask that you make sure that the things that we can substantiate, we do. Just a little confused. I don't know if the opposition tonight is because it's a townhouse or because the people have autism, or it's a little combination of both. Because we have townhouses on the south side, and the one you referenced to where your friend had his tragedy, and you have a parent that said they have an autistic child in the neighborhood, and you have people who live there and walk there, and so what is this person to do with this lot if it's not suitable for anything because of all of these challenges, but yet everybody that's here tonight must have been in a certain radius to be notified to come. So, this is a tough one. We always want to kind of find some medium ground, but council, we do have strict guidelines by the statute of 6 findings of fact. So let's keep that in mind as we go through the motion. So that is just a little food for thought. Any other discussion on the motion to deny? All right, look to you for your votes. Yeah, vote to yes is to deny. All right, that's 5-5, so the motion to deny fails. All right. Council, is there another motion? All right, Councilmember Banks McLaughlin. Councilmember Banks McLaughlin.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the special use permit that follows the 6 findings. Do I need to go verbatim?
Well,
just-
there's a motion by Councilmember Banks McLaughlin to approve. Is it seconded by Ingram? Okay, seconded by Councilmember Ingram. Discussion on the motion. All right, council, look to you for your votes. Motion fails as well. All right. Councilmember Jensen. Councilmember Jensen.
There you go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion that both parties come together, have a meeting, and then come back in the next 3 months to discuss what they have talked about.
3 months, or they should get
Or-
to, or 30 days?
I like 30 days.
Okay. All right, so is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
All right, there's a motion by Councilmember Jensen to table for 30 days, give the parties the opportunity to talk to see if there can be any common ground. Is there a second to that? Okay, it was a suggestion, but the table we can.
We can't make them do it, but it could give them time to discuss it and bring it back.
All right, so there's a motion to table. I guess that's the relevant part to what council controls. All right, is there a second? All right, motion dies for lack of a second. All right, Councilmember Ingram, you had something? We have one more item. Councilmember Ingram?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Moving on to the next item. Item 10.03. Yes.
Could I ask a clarifying question for staff, just so I know what I'm, Madam Attorney or Mr. Harmon, at this point, would the applicant need to resubmit? Or what happens next? Because I've never been experienced this process where nothing happens. So could I get a understanding? These people act like nobody talking to them.
I'm going to ask the city attorney if she wants to say anything before I do, but rather than Craig referring to something, I'll answer that as the director of the department, if you have second. Oh, thank you. Nor do we know exactly what to do. This is an evidentiary hearing, so the information that you have to act on is based off of those standards, as you all know, and you've talked about that. Giving them an opportunity to discuss. We've seen this happen. I've seen it happen here quite often, where people who have no way to figure something out find a way to, having listened to what happened for an hour, say, hey, we got to come up with something here.
Right.
And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So I think the idea of it coming back, and what has to happen in between these two is information will have to be shared in the evidentiary hearing, and then again, material witnesses
responses, the conversations that you were having, will have to continue at that next meeting where they come back.
But sh-
There are other options that exist. You began to hear some of that from Councilmember Hondros asking about different options such as rezoning. We also have accessory dwelling units as something that exists throughout the city. So there are other options that are there. But in terms of what they do, let's let them have their conversations. We'll work back. What we have to make sure that we're not doing is that we're not putting them in a position that we're directing them in any direction.
So,
I think
okay.
I just gave a few.
Okay, so I think with that part, the concern that I have about this is, those that spoke in opposition were very clear about why they did not want what they wanted. And very little did it have anything to really do about it being a duplex. It had most of it about to do with the individuals living in the community. And so,
Councilman Ingram, I think.
I heard differently.
I'll still give you the floor. But what we need to do, council, because we didn't get a resolution, I think that usually the district rep will kind of go back, talk to his constituents and see if they can get on some common ground. So I ask that you would, at least just so the item has some direction, so it's not just out here, maybe consider a table in it for 30 days, okay? I mean, if not, you still have an opportunity to feel and vote the way you vote, but at least that gives us some timeline for them to work toward. And usually the council member in that district will kind of go and help his constituents get to some common ground. Is that a consideration?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we table this item for 30 days.
Okay, all right. Is there a second to that?
Second.
All right. So motion by Councilmember Ingram, seconded by Councilmember Jensen to table item for 30 days. Hopefully, the two parties can come to some alignment, and we'll revisit it in 30 days. Any discussion on that motion? All right, council will look to you before you vote. All right, so motion does carry, so we'll revisit this in 30 days. Hopefully, two parties can have an opportunity to talk, and District 5 representative can help facilitate this conversation.
He voted no.
All right, thank y'all. All right, Mr. Harmon.
Mr. Mayor and Council, we have one last item this evening. It's another special use permit, SUP 2305. The owner is King Model Homes Construction. Right now, Scott Brown from 4D Solutions was the applicant. The SUP is to allow 42 single-family attached dwellings on 5.24 acres, and this is in District 7. This gives you an idea of where the property is located. It is on Old Bunce Road. You can see there to the north is just to the south of the intersection of Cliffdale and Old Bunce, and then just a little to the east of Old Bunce and 71st School Road. It is currently zoned single family 6. Land use plan does call for medium density residential. This is how the property currently looks. And these are some of the surrounding properties. This is what the current proposal is for the property. Again, these are single-family attached or townhomes. And Mr. Mayor, that concludes staff's presentation, and we'll leave, we still need to swear in any speakers, but we'll leave that to the public hearing.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harmon. Madam Clerk, you have some speakers to swear in?
Yes, sir. We have two speakers for this item, Mr. Ben Stout and Mr. Scott Brown. If you could come to the podium, please. Oh, okay.
Most reasonable people are asleep right now.
Why? Because it's after 11 o'clock. If you would raise your right hand, sir, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. Yes, please.
All right, let me open up the public hearing there. Step. All right.
Man, what a late hour. Thank y'all so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on this matter. I won't take up all your time, but I know earlier I was watching on TV, I was putting my kids down, so I'm on the phone, making sure I didn't miss this thing. And Ms. Jensen, I heard you say to all the firemen and police officers, thank you. And I know y'all don't hear that too often from y'all's side of the table, but as a developer and builder who I build in a lot of counties surrounding Cumberland County, I develop land and projects surrounding us. I'd also say thank you to the folks that are representing y'all and y'all's planning and development service department, because they really do a great job. They make it easy for you. They tell you yes or no. They get you to the finish line quick. And they don't use a lot of interpretation. They just say this is the way it is, and as long as you do what you're asked to do, you get projects done. I can tell you Cumberland County doesn't work that way, so it's really refreshing to have the city of Fayetteville basically have an open sign that says we're open for business. So I appreciate that on my side of the table. So in this project specifically, again, they do a great job. Craig pretty much summed it up. It's a piece of land that we have that we're trying to develop into townhouses. I will also tell you, I think this is again an encouraging sign for development and your tax basis, is we also have the adjoining property, which I guess technically to the east of this piece of property. It's about the same size, and hopefully in the next 60, 90 days we'll be back in front of you looking to get the same thing. So there's a demand. Housing has not met the needs of all of your constituents for some time now. Affordable housing is a key word, but if you don't get density and you can't put products down, it's really hard to make affordable product when everything else seemingly is still going up. So I know there's some findings of facts. I kind of jotted some stuff down maybe to support my case, and so I'll read that. And if you have anything from my perspective, why we meet these findings of facts are that it's applicable standards, conditions specific to the ordinance. We plan on meeting everything that's within the UDO. There's, I think, a landscape buffer, some different things with stormwater that we're getting tested out. So whatever's asked of us, we're going to perform that. The special use is in harmony with the area where it's located. Behind us is a multifamily apartment complex. Across the street, we were actually lucky enough to build some of those units for Habitat for Humanity. So that area is kind of a thriving area that's coming back. So we think it fits just fine with it. It won't endanger the public health. Yeah, we're not going to endanger the public health. If they ask us to put in anything specific with the project, we're going to do it to the best of our ability. It conforms with the land use plan. That's the reason we're here, is to conform with whatever standards y'all have. That it won't substantiate injury to the value of the budding land. We think quite the opposite. Not knocking anybody else's situation, but the project to the left of us is in need of some maybe some care. So maybe rising tides lift all ship between our project and what we're trying to do with Habitat Humanity and investment. They own the piece even farther to the east of us, so hopefully down the line they'll put some more units down. And then it complies with all the city, state, and federal regulations. As I've stated maybe the third time, we plan on doing things the right way, and I've been blessed in my time in working with Fayetteville. I think my reputation is such that we're going to do it the right way and to the best way that we know how. So if you got any questions for us, be more than happy to. When I say us, it's just me, really. There's nobody else here on my side. So but if you got any questions, let me know, and I'd be happy to address those.
All right, Ms. Stout, thank you. Any questions? I see Ms. McNair, you have a question? All right. And this should be on.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a particular reason you chose Old Bunch Road? Is it because you had property there?
No, not particularly. I think the reason that we looked at it is, if it's easy, it's been done in Fayetteville, right? Like all the easy stuff's accounted for. So sometimes you have to kind of take on maybe what in the past has been more of a challenging area. But I think if you go down, when you turn on to what's Bunce Road, where that split is now between Old Bunce and Bunce Road, you know, you have the Habitat did a great job with their project. A little bit farther down the left, there you have a multi-unit project, like a townhouse project that's been done there. And then actually, it's not on the map, but literally directly across the street from where we're at, there's another 40-unit townhouse project being built, like right now, actively, they're putting construction in. So I mean, you look at that area and say, hey, like, again, my theory is rising tides lift all ships. You know, if there's an investment made in the community, it fosters more investment. You know what I mean? So for me, I kind of looked at it. I mean, you got to get stuff purchased right. You know, we're dragging water and sewer to this site, but then hopefully it'll help us on the next site, moving the water and sewer down the line. So there was not like an intrinsic reason to go other than just studying the data and saying, hey, man, this is a good place to go. And I mean, you know, I've been here for 20 years. I love Fayetteville, and I mean, it's always better in my mind when I can put the money in my backyard.
Are willing to build on Old Bunch Road because I drive through there frequently going home, and often I say to myself that we need a new face in the area.
Give it about 18 months. You won't recognize it. As long as you help me out here and vote yes. All right.
Madam Clerk, before I go to Mr. Thompson, you had something?
We have no further speakers, sir.
Okay. All right. So I'll leave the public hearing open just in case there are questions for him. Councilman Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple questions because this is personal to me because I delivered the mail over there for 4 years when I was a rural carrier. And my first question would be why would you want to tear down the woods to build your property when you have 2 abandoned trailer parks over there on Banner Elk and Yelling that's been vacant for 5 to 6 years that are primed to be constructed? You already have single-family houses on one side. They're building 42 new houses on the other side. You have the Lewis Chapel Recreation Center on the other side, and you have the Habitat Humanity buildings all on that side. You'll be the first and only person on the right-hand side as you go down. Why did you choose that property and not Banner Elk or Yelling? And then my second question would be, go ahead, I'll let you answer that.
So, 2 things. Roundabout way of answering your question. So, one, you got to have, just like the case y'all just had, we got 2 parties got to get together and find a way forward. I mean, as a developer, I'd love an opportunity to go chase any deals that you can be presented for the right deal, but you also have to have a party on the other side that's willing to sell their stuff. Gotcha. And so, if you're not willing to, or if you think it's more than what it is, gotcha, then the word affordable goes out the window. But here's what I'd kind of also say to that, though, is, part of the issue is, and maybe this is something that, as y'all build y'all's agenda, developers typically chase water and sewer. So we're going to try to find where water and sewer's at. And on the left-hand side, guess what they haven't had for all these years?
Water and sewer.
Water and sewer. So, again, as rising tide, so it started out at the end, of the other end of Old Bunce Road. Then Mr. Mayor did his project, drug it down. Now the project on Banner Elk's getting done, drug it down. Well, now the good news, one of the benefits of PWC is they make you drag it to the end of your property. Not where you need it, but all the way across your frontage. So now we're going to jack and bore the street, go underneath Old Bunch Road to get the sewer to the other side. So I anticipate from that point moving on up, you'll see all that area change for the better. And then hopefully with it being on that side of the road, again, that area, listen, I'm not knocking anybody's position in life, but hopefully whoever is in control of that property, with the water and sewer being on that side of the road, maybe it'll encourage them to either sell it or invest into the project they have. Obviously, that's kind of beyond our control, but again, if it was easy, boy, I'd love to do easy, but sometimes you're not given that option.
My second question is, I don't know who takes care of this, but I want to ask a question about DOT.
Okay.
Because if you go to the corner of Old Bunce Road and 71st School Road, as you turn the corner, as you turn around the Jehovah Witness Center and the fire department, they're doing 55, 60 miles an hour. So it's hard to make a left-hand turn from Old Bunce Road to get on 71st School Road. Would you have any control of how to get a traffic light there?
Great question. Maybe y'all can help us with that.
Okay.
No, typically with these projects, again, part of what we have to do, there's a lot of steps. I mean, this is really step one of a multi-step process for us. And part of that is, you know, communicating with PwC. I mean, they have to prove everything that we're doing, as well as DOT. Typically, and it's hard to say what typical is, but I would say, you know, they have traffic counts and they study those type things. And as they read your projects and see what's going on, typically they'll put the onus on a developer if they see that there needs to be roadway improvements, whether that's a turning lane or traffic control. And to further answer your question, depending on the size of the project, this was a 300-unit project, they'll actually make you do a traffic study. And then you turn in your information in to get that analysis. I don't know that 40 units is going to move their needle, but at the same point in time is, you know, that's what traffic services is for. I mean, if there's a situation, and traffic's been brought up a number of times, but
well, now you give me
go in there and alter the speed limit and maybe do some deterrence to people speeding, but I don't know how this project would tie per se into that.
Well, I said that to say this then. I'm looking at the street. Baden Lake has 40-something single homes. They'll build 40 more new single homes on Tunnel Road, and I don't know how many you're going to build. So consequently, there'll be an additional 120, 130 cars all on Old Bunch Road, all within a 2-year period.
DOT will be all over that.
Got you, sir.
I can't speak for exactly what they'll make us do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hondros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say, you know, growing up in this town, I used to work around the corner from this area. Used to give a lot of coworkers rides home from Bunce Road to Hollywood Heights. And I remember in the 90s, when the sun went down, it was hard to traverse Bunce Road. So with all that's been going on over there on Bunce Road proper and Old Bunce Road, Mr. Stout mentioned the Habitat. I think it's one of the newest developments. The church, I guess, has the rec center there, and that thing is so nice. I thought that was a City of Fayetteville rec center, but I think this project, we need the housing, and it will just add to the area. So unless Ms. McNair wants to do it, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yeah, I think it's her district. I think she's has her light on.
Sir. Yes, sir, Mr.
All right, Councilmember McNair.
Yes, I would like to make a motion at this time.
All right, it's a motion by Councilmember McNair, seconded by Councilmember Benavente. Any discussion on the motion?
To approve.
Yes, it's a motion to approve. Yeah.
To approve to allow the construction of 42 townhomes.
All right. Any discussion? Councilmember Ingram.
Just for formalities, this is an evidentiary hearing, or this is?
It is.
Based
I need to
off
close
of
it. Let me close it
findings
real quick. All right, so we close it. We end the testimony, so we have a motion by Councilmember.
And is this based on findings of facts?
Yes.
Okay, so could that be read, please, for just a?
Councilmember Ingram, McNair, you wanted to add that to your
Just
conversation, the
say
six findings?
of facts,
Yeah, and they've, yeah.
Okay, to include
Yeah,
the
it's
6
kinda-
finding the facts.
All
that
right.
we approve 42 townhomes on Old Bunch Road.
All right, it's a motion by Councilmember McNair to approve the motion and to include the 6 findings of facts. It's seconded by Councilmember Benavente. Any further discussion? All right, council, I look to you for your votes. Did they lose? All right, motion carries. Who didn't vote? Ingram? Oh. All right, motion carries unanimous. All right, motion to adjourn. They got